They happen.
Farmer.
Also, waiting they happen.
Farmer.
RTV, certainly the best.
One thing I understand about BP is high blood pressure.
My BP is okay now.
What's your BP again?
It's 0 level.
I understand BP is like something that can come and take by any individual at any time, and your system will just go high. At times, you cannot understand what is now happening to your system.
Do you know your BP right now?
Actually, I'm not a doctor, but I know my BP is fine.
Stress is the body's physiological and psychological reaction to challenges or demands. It is generally categorized into 3 main temporal types: acute, episodic, and chronic, and 2 co-emotional types: positive and negative. Strangely, in Nigeria today, many families are under immense pressure, most especially the men, fathers and mothers, due to harsh economic realities, and unsustainable source of livelihood finds it difficult to cope mentally, physiologically, socially, morally, and financially. This puts immense pressure on the family, hence the society. Some lack the financial muscle to go to the hospital whenever they feel overwhelmed by severe headache, body aches and pains, opting for placebos like pain relief medication to ease the pains, unaware that the blood pressure has shot up. perhaps requires medical attention to bring it back to normal. A man wakes up in the morning, considered hale and healthy, only to slump and die without noticeable medical analysis. A woman can be overjoyous and bubbling one moment, and the next moment she is pronounced dead after being rushed to the hospital. Stress is real, and the way you choose to handle it determines how far you will live as an individual on planet Earth. Some Nigerians do not see the need to go for medical checkup irrespective of their age, status and religion. Many, due to financial constraints, may not want to risk the money for feeding the family for medical expenses. The rise in cases of insecurity in the country is not even helping matters. Nigerians are always exposed to various degrees of stress each day, accumulating to what might one day lead to an irreversible health issue, and if not properly checked, might lead to terminal disease that will eventually end the life of such an individual. Unmanaged or unregulated stress leads to high blood pressure, which by all standard is a silent killer. Many are unaware of the dangers they are exposed to on a daily basis due to inability of individuals to dictate the imbalance in their blood pressure, which might not come with any sign or symptom until it's too late. For some, due to religious beliefs, they do everything possible to avoid hospitals. Some have this mental block of what you do not know cannot kill you. Alas, all this means of postponing the inevitable.
High blood pressure is a killer disease. In this part of the world, most people are ignorant. You will see an average black people, they will tell you they don't have high blood pressure. It doesn't ring bell. Some say it's hereditary anyway, but most of the thing that's going to be problem, pressure, as the name implies. Because if you are bored and you have a series of problems, you are unable to manage all these problems, your blood pressure will rise. And when it rises to a particular percentage, death can arise. You can go paralyzed, you can develop stroke. So my advice to people today is that don't wait until when you fall sick before you try to take your blood pressure. There are a lot of hospitals today in Nigeria that offer even blood pressure check for free. So I advise people to always check their blood pressure so that they don't wait until when the thing has gone to a stage where they will be running up and down before consulting medical facilities. At my age, I am 15 by now. If I tell you my blood pressure is so amazing. My blood pressure is 120/80. Just like when I go to the hospital and I tell the doctors about my blood pressure, they say my blood pressure look like that of children. So my blood pressure is very normal. The problem a lot of people have is that you see, when we say blood pressure is normal, it's 120/80. It's within the range. The most especially the down one of it is what we need to pay more emphasis to, because the downward, the moment is above 100, that means your life is at risk.
Coping with stress in Nigeria requires active management of economic pressures, traffic and demanding workplaces, effective strategies including setting strict boundaries, practicing deep breathing, maintaining a healthy lifestyle, and leaning on community networks. Professional mental health support is also increasingly accessible through local digital platforms. Managing stress in the Nigerian context involves a combination of personal, environmental, and structural approaches. First, financial and economic management budgeting. With rising living costs, prioritize essential expenses and strictly cut off non-essential. Multiple income streams. Explore side hustles or digital skills that can be managed from home to ease financial anxiety. The second way to manage stress, physical and mental wellness, limit stimuli. Disconnect from news and social media at least 2 hours before bedtime to prevent information overload. Breathing and meditation. Use a 3-3-3 rule in moments of panic. Identify 3 objects, 3 sounds, and move 3 body parts. Rests and routine. Prioritize a consistent sleep schedule, 7 to 8 hours, and make time for regular physical exercise. For diet, reduce heavy caffeine and alcohol intake as they can mimic or exacerbate anxiety.
There is a need for everyone to always go for medical checkup, because we always preach and let the patient understand the fact that prevention is better than cure, and knowing your body health status will enable you know what to do to prevent the complication of some certain disease conditions that are not curable. And the very important one of these disease conditions that are not curable include hypertension, diabetes, asthma, and so many other ones that are though not too common. Hypertension is a disease defined as the force of blood pushing against the arterial wall becoming persistently high. It therefore means that the heart will not be overworking or overloading itself, which can result to some certain complication that may result to demise or death of the patient.
Walk and traffic commute strategies. If living in hubs like Lagos or Abuja or even in Benin City, use offline or localized traffic apps to plan routes and avoid peak rush hours. Listen to calming audio or podcasts during unavoidable gridlock. Workplace boundaries. Learn to politely say no to extra workloads when feeling overwhelmed and avoid stretching work hours into your personal life.
Quite a number of persons are living with hypertension and it's not diagnosed, meaning that they are not even aware that they are living with hypertension until complication will start coming up, which may result to the patient's death. According to World Health Organization, 46% of people with hypertension are living with it undiagnosed. Generally speaking, there are two types of hypertension. We have the primary hypertension and we have the secondary hypertension. The primary hypertension is refers to the essential hypertension. It therefore means that the cause of hypertension is not identifiable. The cause of hypertension is not known. However, it starts by gradual build-up of the blood pressure until it reaches a level that will not cause the patient to not becoming hypertensive. Other than the primary hypertension, we still have what we call the secondary hypertension. There are some certain disease conditions that somebody may have that will not cause his or her blood pressure to become elevated. For example, people that has adrenal gland tumor, which includes pheochromocytoma or primary aldosteronism or Cushing syndrome, as the case may be. All these are hormonal gland disease that may result to somebody not becoming hypertensive. Not only that, people that has thyroid gland disease that may suffer what we call thyroid toxicosis, they can have hypertension. Not only that, people that suffer stress, what we call type A individual, such people also will become hypertensive. Clinically, we divide hypertension into three groups. We have what we call the mild, moderate, and severe. Mild, moderate, and severe. It depends on the reading of your blood pressure. That will enable us to know whether it is mild, moderate, or severe. The blood pressure is measured in millimeter mercury. The upper one, when you take your blood pressure, when you go to any hospital and they use a sphygmomanometer, which is this clinical instrument to measure your blood pressure. These are the two clinical instruments that we use to measure the blood pressure. This is a sphygmomanometer and this is a stethoscope. So when the blood pressure reading is taken, they will always tell you the numerator, which is the upper value. The upper value is the systolic blood pressure, while the lower one is called the diastolic blood pressure. Your normal blood pressure should fall between 110 to 120 systolic. 110 to 120 systolic. That is, your blood pressure can be 120, it can be 110, it can be 105, it can be 115 as the case may be. Then the lower value is between 70 to 80. 70 to 80, it should fall within that range. That is to say that the normal blood pressure can be 110 over 80. It can be 120 over 80 millimeter mercury. So if your blood pressure at any point in time now goes above 140/90, if your blood pressure now falls above 140/90, that is, if the systolic, the upper value is more than 140 millimeter mercury and the down part is more than 90 millimeter mercury, it therefore means that you are becoming hypertensive and there's a need for you to be told of some certain thing you have to do to ensure that the blood pressure returns back to normal. And there are some certain risk factors that will cause somebody to becoming hypertensive. And one of those risk factors is age. Most often than not, people that are 55 years and above, you know, they just become hypertensive, even if that initially they were never hypertensive at the beginning. The family history, it therefore means that hypertension was in the family. When your father is hypertensive or your mother was hypertensive, there's a tendency for the hypertension to now be transferred to the offspring, you know, because of the genetic locus, as the case may be. Not only that, some women, when they are pregnant, you know, they just develop, because of hormonal influence, they develop hypertension when they are, you know, pregnant, what we call pre-eclampsia. At the point when they are pregnant, that is when they became hypertensive. It's a risk factor in developing hypertension in future, even when the woman is no longer pregnant. Not only that, not exercising. You know, people that indulge in sedentary lifestyle, when you don't exercise, when, you know, when there's obesity, accumulation of fat, you know, these are risk factors in developing hypertension. The people that don't sleep well, there's what we call obstructive sleep apnea. When you don't sleep well, there's, you know, tendency for somebody to develop hypertension. Then people that consume high sodium, you know, food is a substance that increases the blood pressure. So presently, even the NAFDAC is trying to even convert most of the domestic salt use from sodium chloride to potassium chloride. You know, there's a need for you to consume more potassium chloride than the sodium chloride, though the potassium chloride is more expensive as the case may be. Then reduce your fatty intake. Cholesterol tend to build up in the, you know, artery. As I said earlier on, that the force of blood, you know, against the arterial wall, when it becomes elevated. So anything that is capable of reducing the caliper or the aperture of the artery of the heart will certainly cause hypertension or cause increased or elevated blood pressure. So taking fatty food, or when there's high cholesterol in the blood that is capable of, you know, reducing the aperture, will result to hypertension. So reduce your fatty intake, take more of your saturated fat. Then not only that, there's a need for you to also, you know, do a regular body checkup. Doing a regular body checkup to identify, you know, most of the disease that is causing a secondary hypertension, and when cured, of course, it's a way of, you know, combating hypertension, like, you know, kidney-related disease.
Community and support social connections, engage in group activities, sport or religious communities, sharing experiences with trusted friends or family can significantly reduce emotional burdens. Professional help. Do not hesitate to seek therapy or counseling. Platforms like Find a Helpline Nigeria provide localized, confidential access to mental health resources and crisis hotlines.
People might just be living with hypertension, you know, with elevated blood pressure. They move around until complication comes up. The person might just fall down when the person is going to church, or even try to give an offering, or even while in a seminar room, or even while, you know, delivering a lecture, because the hypertension itself does not manifest any symptom until when it becomes like a medical emergency with complication. Medical emergency complication means that there's already an organ damage. That is when the person, you know, will manifest symptoms of hypertension. However, the commonest symptom of hypertension that persons might manifest include the headache. Some person might also manifest nose bleeding. Some person might manifest, you know, breathlessness. Some person might have swelling of the foot. Some person might manifest palpitation, which is the, you know, the heart beating very fast. But be that as it may, those complications will actually come up if there's already a complication. Primarily, hypertension might not manifest any symptom. It's just symptomless. That's why we say it's a silent killer. So there is a need for one to always know his or her status. The reason why you have to go to an hospital, go to a clinic, go to a pharmacy, go to any healthcare facility nearby to make sure your blood pressure is checked. The commonest cause of stroke worldwide, the commonest cause of stroke in Nigeria, the commonest cause of stroke in Benin City is hypertension, where you see somebody just fall down, at the end of the day they come down with paralysis or weakness of the face or weakness of the one part of the limb, which is stroke, is hypertension. So other than the fact that hypertension can cause stroke, hypertension can also cause coronary artery disease, which can cause, you know, heart attack, can cause heart failure, can cause angina pectoris, heart pain, as the case may be. Hypertension can also result to hypertensive nephropathy. The commonest cause of kidney disease, chronic kidney disease after infection is hypertension. You can see that hypertension can cause quite a number of organ damage in the human body. Not only that, hypertension can also cause somebody to experience blindness, what we call hypertensive retinopathy. You might just wake up and see that you are having a blurry vision, and your blurry vision might be as well as your blood pressure is elevated and have resulted to the retinal artery getting burst, as the case may be. Not only that, somebody may also have a complication of peripheral artery disease condition, which may result to erectile dysfunction. Not only that, some persons might begin to have what we call the peripheral neuropathy, a situation whereby you begin to feel some part of your body not working well, or blood not feeling sensation or loss of sensation in that part of the body. That might just be as a result of hypertension causing that complication. Not only that, some person might also begin to suffer what we call dementia, which is cognitive dysfunction, whereby the person lost personality, lost thinking, cognition, as the case may be. All these are complications of hypertension. So you see that hypertension may sound very simple to the hearing, but the complication it may cause to any man may be the cause of death of the person. So when you are hypertensive, there are certain lifestyle modification. Overthinking certainly will cause hypertension. When we were talking about the secondary cause of hypertension, we said stress. When you are stressed because of economic difficulties, challenges, loss of job, marital problem or discord, as the case may be. So when you are overthinking, there is a way your body will not react. Your brain will react. There's what we call the adrenopituitary, reaction. So when you are overthinking, your brain tends to release an hormone which is called the cortisol from the pituitary adrenal cortex axis. So this cortisol that your body releases during stressful condition is to actually combat your stress. But however, the cortisol that is now released to combat the stress will now cause an increase in blood pressure. This is the pathophysiology of how somebody that is thinking, somebody that is overwhelmed with thoughts, brooding, stressful condition will become hypertensive because of the cortisol that is released. Lifestyle modification that one can employ to combat being hypertensive include do endurance exercise, ensure that you do exercise. Then you have to eat good food, eat food that contain potassium rather than sodium. And very common food that contains potassium include avocado pear, eat potato, eat banana. These are food that can help to combat and reduce your blood pressure, as the case may be. Then not only that, reduce your alcohol intake. Excessive intake of alcohol can cause hypertension. So when you are hypertensive or you have been diagnosed to be hypertensive and you are still indulging in alcohol, there's a need for you to reduce your alcohol intake. Not only that, if you are obese, obesity is a risk factor in developing hypertension. Try and burn down your fat. Reduce your fatty food intake. Take more vegetable, take fruit, take water to burn down fat. Burning down fat, reducing fat in your body is a way of preventing hypertension. Not only that, those who smoke cigarettes, use of nicotine has been known to increase blood pressure because the nicotine has a substance that refers to as when it is metabolized, it forms what we call the benzoyl-pyrene 7-HDazoxydeoxynitroxide. All these are substances that is in nicotine or the cigar, which when it enters the system, it has a way of increasing blood pressure for somebody to become hypertensive. So when you smoke and you have been told you are not hypertensive, there's a need for you to cut down smoking. I mean, these are lifestyle modifications that one can employ in combating hypertension. And not only that, there's a need for you to always have a personal physician. have a personal doctor that will help to check your body. Form the habit of checking your blood pressure once in a month. It's not difficult. Once in a month, you can go to any healthcare center, you can go to any health facility to always get your blood pressure checked and ask them if it's elevated. If it's elevated, you will be told of what to do, because hypertension is a silent killer. You must not have any symptom for you to now say, oh, it's like I have hypertension. Most often than not, people that are diagnosed with hypertension in the hospital, it is because of the fact that they already developed the complication that will make them to come to an hospital for the complaint. For the vital sign, which is the checking of the blood pressure, they will not be told eventually that it's their blood pressure that now resulted to their complication. So always check your blood pressure. Checking your blood pressure is a way of preventing hypertension. Stay healthy, stay good, and stay nice.
Once you clock 40 and above, make a habit of going for medical checkup. Whether you are sick or not, it's irrelevant. Make sure you know and manage your blood pressure to prevent a timely health challenge that can eventually lead to death. Remember to maintain a healthy lifestyle. You must avoid eating too much junk food, drinking too much alcohol, alcoholic mixture, smoking tobacco or hard drugs. Exercise frequently, and by any means look for a trusted friend, brother, sister, uncle, auntie, a pastor or an imam, a traditional practitioner when the pressure or stress is too much for you to bear. Wilson or Marshall reporting.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sotun rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Emotan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. After a priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
The right to bail is one of the fundamental rights available to a person who has been arrested and accused of committing an offense. And what could be these rights? What are the thresholds? What are the limitations? And what kind of bail are really available in terms of what they constitute? And all of these could also gear towards ensuring that the right of the person being accused or being arrested are really protected. How do we galvanize all of this? Looking at the essence of Law and You that questions critically the aspects of the law, and of course how to elucidate those areas that seem to be blurred before the viewers. And this is where we always come in. My name is Philip Omo-Yukmo. Welcome again to another opportunity to take you through the school of thought on the legal system in Nigeria. What could be the benefits of bail to the citizenry? And of course, what could be the limitations? Who can be given the right to be bailed? And who shouldn't be given the right to that? Joining me in this is a legal practitioner, Emmanuel Obakolo. Thanks for joining, Emmanuel.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's a delight to be here.
I know we've gone through this corridor, through this road some time back, but we got to expand it and look at how we can deepen practice in order to bring light to those areas that seem gray. Now, we look at the aspect of the law. Is bail a right or a privilege?
Bail
And
is,
first of all, what is bail?
firstly, what is bail? In the case of Caleb Ojo and Federal Republic of Nigeria, the court defined bail to mean generally freeing or setting at liberty an accused person. Then the Police Act, Section 27 of the Police Act, also guarantees bail to a suspect at the police station. Now, ultimately, Section 35, subsection 1 of the Extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria guarantees bail, wherein that provisions does provide that right to liberty. So every person has right to liberty by virtue of the provisions of Section 31, Section 35 rather, subsection 1 of the Extant Constitution. Then Section 35, subsection 5 of the Extant Constitution provides thus, in paraphrase now, that where a person is arrested, the person should not spend more than 24 hours wherein from the police station to that court, to the court, has a radius of 40 kilometers. And where the distance is more than 40 kilometers, it should not be more than 48 hours for the person to be charged to court. So when you sum all of this, you discover that bail is as of right and not a privilege.
Okay. But well, let's look at the concept again critically. Who gives bail? Is it the police or the court or both?
Now, there are three types of bail. 1, police bail. 2, court bail. 3, bail by government agencies.
Oh.
Now, the police bail is the one that most persons are aware of, that is prevalent in our society today. Oh, when a person is arrested, you see family members, you see friends running to the police station, and the first thing that they will seek for is that the person be granted bail. That is common with us, the police bail. Also, when the person is charged to court, you see they get a lawyer, and the first thing they will tell the lawyer is apply for the bail of our sibling or of our brother, friend, or sister, as the case may be. And what the lawyer does, if it is a lower court, for instance, like a magistrate court or a customary court, you see the person go to make an oral application. Also, a court of summary jurisdiction, like the Federal High Court, they can also make oral application, but just now the court will seek or demand for an application, for written application for the bail of the defendant. Now, before now we know them as accused person or persons, but now the law has regulated to mean a defendant. So these are some of the steps. Then other government agencies like the DSS, like the ICPC, like the AFCC, they fall under government agencies. So all these agencies also have their modus operandi on how their bail is granted or how bail is granted. So bail comes under these three folds for a suspect or a defendant / an accused person.
Okay, well, let's look at it critically again. Some questions are always being asked. What offenses can be seen as bailable and what other offenses can't? I remember we drew some analogy some time back in that. So if you can breeze through it again and then also make us understand at what point can one not be given that bail?
Yeah, where the offense is a capital offense, for instance, murder, it is difficult for either the police or the courts or even other government agencies to grant bail. And in most cases, it is only the courts that may grant bail. And in such situations, the courts will look at extreme conditions before the court can grant the bail. Because bail, as despite the constitutional provision as of right, is still within the discretion of the courts to grant the bail.
Yes. Looking at the risk.
Yes, yes, because the court will consider certain factors whether or not the bail is granted. Yes. For instance, if the person, the defendant or accused person in this case, will abscond, the court may not grant bail. If the court look at it, if the prosecution is able to prove to the court that this person can jump bail, so the court may not grant that bail, despite the fact that bail is as of right, as guaranteed by the extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and also Section 27 of the Police Act. So, if again, another condition is if the person will interfere with the matter on ground, the evidence on his prosecution, if he has that capacity, that ability to influence it, to interfere with it, the court may not grant bail. So, you cannot now say, oh, because bail is as of right, as guaranteed by the Constitution, then the court in every circumstances must grant bail. No!
Okay. We're going to interrogate it in both ways. At that of the police bail, which is very, very conversant, which people are very conversant with, they usually say bail is free. But we know, to common knowledge, bail isn't free, or is it?
It is not free. I've had experiences with respect to that. And by the time you try to put up the argument that bail is free, even when you are seeing it, the inscription on the wall at the police station, bail is free, with capital letters, it is still not yet free.
So what's the component of the law in that?
It is unfortunate that we find ourselves in this quagmire, wherein, even as a lawyer, for instance, myself now, you go to a police station and you make an oral application for the bail of a suspect, or at times, even written application for the bail of a suspect, and the police will grant that application, and before you know it, the IPO in charge of the matter will tell you, I have an instruction from upstairs that so conditions should be met, and one of the conditions that they will put forward is the condition of money, yet it is scripted on their walls, at times even the fence of the police station or the door at the police station, that bail is free. And when you begin to put up arguments that legally bail should be free, that there is absolutely no need for any person to pay money before bail could be granted or given, as the case may be, you may even be surprised, like I had one ugly experience. Family members of the suspect, you are not telling me, lawyer, you have done your own. At this stage, we should come in and see how we can free our brother. Okay. Because they are so much in a hurry to release the suspect. So in such situation, the lawyer may be helpless. And before you know, you may even be tagged, giving names, bearing names that are not yours, that this lawyer always want to be this, I want to be that. And like a policeman told me some time ago in the station, that even SAN, they come here to give us money, but you always come here and you just put a straight face, as if you are the one that was the first lawyer in the history of Nigeria. So when you begin to meet up with challenges like that, and that is what we see today, has come to make the monetary aspect of a bail to become a norm.
Okay, but what actually is the consequence of this breach? Because it's one thing for us to say that we have a law. It's another for us to see how enforceable the law is if there is a breach. For law enforcement agents, for instance, that could be caught napping and collecting money for bail when the component of the law has it that bail is free. What is the consequence for such law enforcement agents who break the law?
The law frowns at it, but whether or not, if you put up that argument, maybe in the court, you will not take the police to court for demanding for money for bail.
Is it ridiculous?
I wonder whether you are going to succeed because you meet up with denial. One, you may not have evidence to tender.
Because they're the one that provide the evidence.
Yes.
If at all.
Yes. Besides that, the money.
You're the one that can provide. You as a citizen.
You don't have the evidence because the money that is so paid for the bail is physical. They take it cash. They take the money cash. And we've seen situations where they will tell you, okay, if you don't have the money cash, pay to a particular POS, and then we go there and get the money cash from the POS.
In the process of taking that cash, for instance,
yes.
What about if there's a video clip to that effect?
What video clip? How are you going to do it?
Everyone is a journalist.
Unfortunately,
social media.
You will meet with a very strong denier. Very strong denier. So at the end of the day, it may amount to exercise in futility. Maybe the court,
whatever that it hasn't happened, doesn't give room for its inaccessibility to this, as in, doesn't give room for it not to happen.
Yes,
I believe we are evolving, and our awareness as a people also is in the evolving stage. And so a situation where everyone is a journalist, and at every point T, one is able to get these evidences. Are you saying that such can be prosecuted in court?
They can.
Okay.
There are examples.
So we can still leave opportunities open.
Yes.
In that direction.
Yes. There are examples. Even within the police system, there are some top-ranking officers who will tell you what you have done is wrong. Let's look at from the divisional level of the police station. You discover that the DPO determines what happens at that division. So when the DPO is somebody who is strict, who is disciplined, who does not want to hear of pay bail money before somebody could be granted bail, you see that all the rank and file in that division will sit up. And everybody will know. So it goes to tell that whatever transpires at the police station, it is within the control of who heads that police station. Yes. So the top, whoever is at the top, determines what happens.
This is quite a huge challenge, most especially if we trickle it down to the aspects of taking money at checkpoints, for instance, by policemen. It's in common knowledge that we see this, everybody see this, and just that we are unable to really, tackle this issue just now, because it seems to flow from the top. Now, this again is a bane of Nigerian development, and of course, an act of corruption. So if we are to change this process, what do we do? How do we go about it? Concerning making the law to be alive on this, and of course, for awareness to be done in this regard to make sure that we do not encourage the practice.
Well, good enough. The law is always alive. But who will be courageous enough to bring such situation before the law? Who amongst us will be courageous?
To expedite actions on
yes. So the plight we find ourselves today is that every one of us, consciously or unconsciously, have contributed to it.
Guilty. Guilty.
So, in such situation, what do we do?
Because
we cannot blame the law.
Right. Is as guilty as the one who takes it.
Yes. So,
if bail is free, he who gives money to the police is as guilty as the police officer.
It is, because it's a two sides of a coin. So, the situation just now is that for the law to visit sanctions on such situation is that we ourselves should be ready not to contravene the law.
Oh, well, most especially when it comes to you who is at the begging end, you need to be free. You know, freedom is imperative, and so at that point, one may not want to, doggedly or ruggedly go into the aspect of ensuring that he or she doesn't give this money as a way of, payment for a bill. But again, we're going to be crossing that road, most especially as there are also some mind-boggling questions as regards the court bill that you may mention of. We're going to look into that after this short break. Do stay. Big thanks. Welcome back. The program is Law and You, and I am Philip Omoguk. I still have my guest with me, a wonderful guest, legal practitioner Emmanuel Obagbolo. Thanks for being here still.
Thank you.
Well, let's go to court bail, and maybe after court bail, we could also do some nitty-gritty about expanding it. We usually see where they say you must have a land document or whatever in Abuja or in the choicest place of the country. You know, there are some bills, you know, that are so heavy when it comes to the financial amount that goes with it, most especially involving politicians. And sometimes it could be as huge as 50 million, 100 million, 500 million. Now, are these monies getting back to those who paid after the case has been, you know, prosecuted, or are just this money going to the treasury of the government? And a situation where one who is made to pay this money is unable to pay it, is that not the way of denying that person justice of getting bail?
A very good question, but the understanding that that is prevalent in the society with respect to court bail is some persons think when the court makes that pronouncement of certain amount to be paid, that the surety or the accused person or defendant, as the case may be, will be the one that will likely pay that money. But if you listen to the court calls that amount to be paid a like sum.
A what?
Like sum.
Like sum.
Yes. What it simply means is that money is not paid. The money can only be paid where the person jump bail, and that money will be paid by the sureties or sureties.
You mean that money
is not paid? That money is not paid. Yes, the money is just a condition where the person jumps bail or abscond.
Okay. Well, looking at that case as concerning, you know, jumping bail, we understand that this is Nigeria. You know, if we are to look into a democratic practice in Nigeria, that we still find it unable to, you know, practice stricto sensu as the democratic tenets expects of us as Nigerians. These people sometimes they jump bail and are in situations where even those who were connected one time or the other to their bachelor, I don't know if they were eventually arrested or prosecuted, or at what point if they ever were granted bail or if they jumped the bail. But just to put it in summary, do you see the laws in the country as enforceable, most especially as regards politicians who jump bail and one way or the other are not rearrested to face the charges against them in court?
Unfortunately, we've seen situations like this, even like that. Even just now, the sole contractor of the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway, Shaguri as they call it, he was a partner to General Sani Abacha, late General Sani Abacha. But today he's still the person that the present regime is romancing with. To the extent,
seems we've forgotten the history.
Yes, to the extent that a contract of that magnitude has been granted to him again. So when we talk of corruption and the prosecution of corruption in Nigeria, it is only when a party or parties in that corruption case don't have the nod of the government in place, particularly the executive in place. That is when you hear of the prosecution. Like we have just now in Nigeria, even where it is clear, expressly clear to every Tom, Dick and Harry that a particular person is corrupt and has corruption charges hanging on his neck. And by the time the person defects, decamp or jump to the ruling political party, the All Progressive Congress, then the matter dies a natural death. So we see that has no business with the court. Until a party is prosecuted, that is when the person will go through trial in the court. But when the person is not prosecuted, the court cannot jump and begin to arrest corrupt persons in the society and be taking them to court to try them. So all all that we have seen rather in Nigeria today is that why corruption cases are not even having headway. Some bail is granted with stringent conditions, and you see that they meet the condition because they are partners in crime, participants criminis, so to speak, will now come and look for a leeway out to see how they can get him off the hook. But take note that the grant of bail is not the end to prosecution, but whether or not the prosecutor or the prosecution team or the agency in charge to prosecute will continue is another different ball game. We've seen today where somebody, the EFCC chairman boast on the national television and pages of the newspaper that until he gets a particular governor charge to court, that he will not rest. But today we see that governor is now a member of the campaign team of the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and you see the man going about telling people that he must ensure that the president gets re-elected because he knows that the only way out for him to escape trial is to begin to make such promises.
Yes, I know this is becoming interesting because we are tying it into politics, and most especially if we must correct the process, then we must ensure that political actors, they do the nitty-gritty or they do the needful in following up with the law in order to make equality before the law as propounded by evidizing the rule of law, really effective in our democratic system. But again, let's also look into this aspect where some persons do say that sureties could be seen at risk if such who are accused jumps bail. Now, what is the guarantee that such a surety will not be denied justice in prosecution, like you said, concerning if the those who are accused jumps bail?
The surety must go through trial. It's a must. That's why before you stand as a surety for an accused person or a defendant, you must ensure that you know that person. And what some courts do now is that in their granting of bail, they will spell it out in black and white that the surety must be a blood relation to the person that is to be granted the bail. A blood relation, so that you can know how, where, and when to find him whenever he jumps bail.
Okay.
But however, we still have professional sureties who swear to an affidavit, make the affidavit declaration that they are blood relation, whereas they are not. But they collect money because they want to stand as sureties.
Can the law prove that?
It's difficult.
Can lawyers prove that?
It's difficult because we've seen that there is conspiracy even amongst lawyers and the litigants and their family members.
This becomes intriguing, exciting, amazing, should I say terrific. Interestingly, this is going to culminate into the next episode. Big thanks, Emmanuel Obakwalo, for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, we'll see you on the part 2 series of this episode. Do stay.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hey, thanks for joining me on this week's edition of the program Environment Watch on Independent Television. I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Every week we bring you stories on the environment so you can take action to protect, to preserve and to conserve the environment. Let's go. A new study reveals that for the first time, areas of Canada's boreal peatlands damaged by oil and gas exploration have failed to recover as scientists and companies predicted, and instead led to a tripling of their methane emissions with global implications. Long parts called seismic lines are cut into the landscape to accommodate surveying equipment. researchers from the Faculty of Environment at the University of Waterloo measured methane gas from plant stems or the soil surface. They discovered that methane emissions in seismic lines were 300% higher in the bogs and were close to 200 in the fens compared to emissions from undisturbed sections of peatland. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas that traps heat in the atmosphere. And as global warming accelerates, changing conditions in boreal peatlands will increase the rate of climate change and the scale of its devastating effects. The impact is already unprecedented, with the network of seismic lines in Alberta extensive enough to wrap around the Earth 9 times. Similar damage occurs across the boreal regions in the United States, Russia, and of course, the Scandinavia. The Navy has frustrated renewed attempts by economic saboteurs to re-establish illegal refining operations in Rivers State. This is contained in an operational report by the Director of Naval Information, Captain Abiodun Folorunsho, on Sunday, June 14, 2026, in Abuja. According to Folorunsho, the operation was carried out by personnel of the Nigerian Navy ship NNS Pathfinder under Operation Delta Sentinel. He revealed that during the operation, naval personnel uncovered 2 illegal refining sites comprising 8 dug-out pits and reservoirs containing approximately 15,000 liters of suspected stolen crude oil and 105,000 liters of suspected illegally refined automotive gas oil, AGO. Independent laboratory testing commissioned by the African Center for Biodiversity, ACB, has found that pesticide residues are widespread in commonly consumed foods sold in South African supermarkets, including staple foods, fresh fruit and vegetables, and several products intended for infants and young children. The findings are set out in a new briefing based on independent South African National Accreditation System, SANA's accredited laboratory analysis of 43 everyday food products purchased between November 2025 and January 2026. The briefing presents verifiable residue data and examines how those findings compare with South African Codex Alimentarius, European Union, and default regulatory benchmarks. Importantly, the briefing does not allege unlawful conduct by food producers or retailers, nor does it seek to quantify individual health risks. It provides an evidence base to inform public discussion and regulatory review of pesticide residues in food. Key findings include 1.86% of products tested contained at least one detectable pesticide residue on the applied analytical panels. 2. Multiple residues were common, with 37 different pesticide active ingredients detected across the sample set. 1 widely consumed tomato sauce contained 14 different residues. 13 highly hazardous pesticides, HHPS, substances internationally recognized for their intrinsic toxicity, were detected in 26 individual instances, including staple foods and foods consumed by children. 13 product pesticide combinations exceeded at least one applicable regulatory maximum residue limit or benchmarks, including South African MRLS, EU limits, Codex standards, or the default precautionary level of 0.01 milligram per kilogram. Joining us on Environment Watch on Independent Television, where we'll bring you up-to-date information that you need to know on what you can do to protect, preserve, and of course conserve the environment. And I'm your host, Sonny Duke Okosun. The Ebola outbreak caused by the Bundibugyo virus continues to expand in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, with the health authorities reporting rising infections and deaths as regional response efforts intensify. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, the DRC had recorded 676 confirmed cases and 136 deaths as of June 10, 2026. Health officials say the outbreak is evolving rapidly with increasing case numbers and wider geographic spread. Uganda has also reported cases linked to the outbreak in the DRC. As of June 11, the country had confirmed 19 cases, including 2 deaths, as well as 1 probable case that resulted in death. WHO said Uganda's outbreak remains epidemiologically linked to transmission originating in the DRC, with evidence of both imported infections and secondary transmission among contact and healthcare workers. However, Ugandan authorities have not reported any new cases in the past 6 days, suggesting that ongoing containment measures may be helping to slow the spread of the disease. National authorities in both countries, working with WHO and other partners, are implementing a comprehensive response that includes surveillance, contact tracing, laboratory testing, case management, infection prevention and control measures, risk communication, and community engagement. A regional preparedness and prioritization framework is also guiding readiness activities across Africa to reduce the risk of further spread. Health experts continue to stress the importance of early detection and rapid isolation of suspected cases and strict adherence to infection prevention protocols. Bundibugyo virus is one of the species of Ebola virus that causes Ebola disease in humans. The disease can lead to severe illness and death, with symptoms including fever, fatigue, muscle pain, headache, vomiting, and diarrhea. As negotiations at the SB64 Climate Change Conference reached their midpoint in Bonn, the least developed countries LDC group has issued a stark warning. Climate change is no longer a looming threat but a lived reality that is eroding development gains and pushing vulnerable nations to the brink. Speaking at a conference on Friday, June 12, 2026, Ambassador Adao Suarez Barbosa, Special Envoy and Ambassador at the Large for Climate Affairs for Timor-Leste and Chair of the LDC Group, underscored the urgency facing the 44 countries that make up the bloc. Despite contributing least to global greenhouse gas emissions, he said LDCs shoulder a disproportionate share of the consequences from intensifying climate impacts to mounting economic pressure. In the meantime, stakeholders have called on stronger collaboration among government agencies, media organizations, civil society groups, and communities to address climate-induced flooding and environmental degradation across Nigeria. The call was made during the monthly climate hangout in Kaduna, where scientists, environmentalists, researchers, journalists, among others, came together to discuss and learn more about climate change and ways to prevent or mitigate its effects. A lecturer from the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources Engineering, Kaduna Polytechnic, Mrs. Halima Haruna, described rain as both a blessing and a revealer of environmental neglect. According to her, rainfall naturally supports farming, vegetation, and livestock, but also exposes the damaging effects of poor environmental practices carried out before the rainy season. Haruna said practices such as indiscriminate waste disposal, environmental pollution, and open defecation contributed to flooding and contamination of water sources during rainfall. She explained that many residents were unaware of the environmental consequences of their daily activities. Change, land use, and water use are significantly altering the global freshwater cycle at an increasing pace. This produces more widespread and frequent dry and wet periods, pushing freshwater systems further beyond its planetary boundary, according to a new study published in Nature Communications, led by researchers at the University of Eastern Finland, with contributions from Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, PIK. The study provides an updated assessment of the planetary boundary for freshwater change and identifies the key drivers of its accelerating transgression at both global and regional scales. The findings show that climate change, together with large-scale land and water use, is pushing the freshwater cycle further away from stable state as defined by the planetary boundary for freshwater change. This boundary is already considered to be transgressed, reflecting a long-term trend that jeopardizes the freshwater cycle's ability to support vital climate and ecological earth system processes. Using data from 1901 to 2019 and an ensemble of global hydrological models, the researchers analyzed quantitative changes in both blue water in rivers, lakes, and groundwater, and green water in soils around the world, distinguishing between the effects of human activities through the land and water use and the effects through human-induced climate change on dry and wet land anomalies. Urban planning needs to tackle greenhouse gas emissions, and an important way to achieve this is by reducing the number and length of car commuters. This can be achieved primarily by ensuring that homes are located close to city centers and workplaces so that well-targeted building densification becomes a critical lever. Citywide population density and transport links are of secondary importance. These are the findings of a new study in environmental research letters led by the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, PIK, in collaboration with the University of California, Berkeley, the University of Sussex, and other partners. Using 10 million mobility data points from Berlin, Boston, and Los Angeles, the San Francisco Bay Area, Rio de Janeiro, and Bogota, the research team was able to reveal direct links between urban structure and car commuting with unprecedented detail beyond mere correlations. The newly developed approach shows how planners can use GPS data, travel patterns, and artificial intelligence AI to determine where in a metropolitan region a particular measure will have the greatest impact. NNPC Limited and security agencies have intensified efforts to curb pipeline vandalism and protect critical energy infrastructure following a joint inspection of a vandalized. NNPC Limited said the joint inspection followed the arrest of 3 suspected pipeline vandals in Piri and Pai communities in Kwali Area Council, Abuja. The renewed commitment was demonstrated during the joint inspection of a vandalized section of the Nigerian Pipelines and Storage Company NPSC pipeline at the Pai community. The inspection was conducted by the Industry-Wide Security Architecture IWSA, NPSC, the Office of the National Security Advisor, ONSA, and Special Prosecution Team, the FCT Police Command, and the Nigerian Army, as well as other security stakeholders. Speaking during the inspection, the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited, Mr. Bashir Ojulari, described the arrest as a significant breakthrough in the efforts to dismantle criminal networks behind attacks on oil and gas facilities. Ojulari, represented by the Chief Interface Officer, NNPC Limited, Mr. Tahiru Sani Gwozo, said the suspects were only a fraction of a larger syndicate engaged in the sabotage of the nation's energy infrastructure. The removal of CO, that is carbon monoxide, from the atmosphere is considered an important tool in the fight against climate change, but has so far been an energy-intensive and expensive process. Now, researchers have developed a new method that efficiently binds carbon dioxide and releases it again using only a small amount of energy. The starting materials are provided by waste products from dairy and soy processing. In order to stabilize global warming at less than 1.5 degrees Celsius in the long term, there is a need not only for a drastic reduction in greenhouse gas emission, but also for technologies to remove and store hundreds of billions of tons of carbon dioxide, CO2, from the atmosphere. This is also the underlying basis of the scenarios set out in the latest assessment report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. 4 years, research groups and startups have therefore been working on ways to remove CO2 directly from the air, a process known as direct air capture. The company Climeworks, which was founded as an ETH spin-off in 2009, is one of the world's first commercial providers of DAC. To this day, however, the direct removal of CO2 from the air remains an energy-intensive and expensive process. And that's a wrap on this week's edition of the program Environment Watch on Independent Television. We hope you had a great time watching. Be sure to join us same time next week. Until then, stay blessed and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, I must say it is always a wonderful time to have you join me on Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. And on today's edition of the program Viewpoint, we're going to be looking at governance and public reaction, as Nigerians are saying they are tired of big grammars, they are tired of speeches, but rather they want actions and they want to see leaders do what they are supposed to do. So the question of the day is, are leaders now being pushed to move beyond speeches to people-centered governance? That is basically what we're going to deal with today on Viewpoints. I am Caroline Okonji.
This matter based on communication and movements. When you now come out, you don't need to be forced as a leader. The leader had to come out, this is what I want to do. Then people also will react, we don't want it or we want it. Let me give you a clear example. Here in the state, we found out that leaders, as at that time, they went down to the grassroots to eat corn, akara, and agidi with the common people. What are they doing? They are communicating that they are for the welfare of the masses. But by the time they got there, what happened? We had a statement, go and die, which means there are two statements on the ground. I'm already there, I've gotten what I wanted. Then whatever you would go and die, that's a statement. In that, there was reaction. So normally, leaders are not supposed to be forced to talk. They're supposed to talk. That is why most of the parties, even though there's no manifesto now, this is what we want to do for the people. But for now, the people, when you now say, this is what I want to do, the people will react. I was coming from somewhere around Delta State. I saw overhead bridge in a village. Who want to climb the bridge? You see, because the people of that area, they're used to female bicycle. Tell me, what is the communication? Are you saying that that bridge is built for motorcycle rider? It's communication. Then it's to tell you, say, the people will now react. We don't need this here. Is that not communication? So leaders have to come out. You don't need to force them. And whatever you have said, when they are not hearing from you, what happened? There will be another reaction. The people want to know why. They will ask you. So if you now keep quiet, then you don't care for the people. So normally leaders speak their mind, followers also do their reactions. At this point in time, if you cannot speak to your people, what you want to do, and what you want to do, you say it, and it's negative. What will happen? People will react. And if we don't react, they will become stupid. They will become marginalized. Because we are not hearing from our leaders. It is when you do well. Okay, what are you talking about? I thank God the president said those governors that were building, what do you call it, bridges, is uncalled for. Yes. So leaders should not let us know what they should let us know what they have done and what they are doing. Then there will be reaction. You don't force them. And only that you now force something is happening. Look at a man who said, since I was born, I'm 76 plus now, that since his inception of Nigeria, hunger has been around. Why do you now come? You came to correct the hunger, and people are hungry. But if you have said it earlier, we will know. You did not say it. You inherited what you want to correct. So leaders should talk out what they have done, what they are doing, and we that have been led should also react. When we react, nobody should fool us. Then, because if you don't react, and we react, you don't hear us, then you can do whatever you like. And when you do that, there will be grumbling. When there will be problems, there will continue to be hunger and will continue to grumble. So normally leaders are not forced. They are compelled to tell the people what they have for the people, and the people also they are also compelled to say what they want. No hope. It is you have eyes, who have shame. Is that type of person that can be ashamed. If you have no shame, you cannot be ashamed. They have not helped the people. We are poorer and poorer. Okay, the president said that why should he mention some names of the governor? They don't need overhead bridge. Why is he himself building Oceanic, whatever, building a road on ocean to other states and other things? Do we need that one now? You cannot pass from here to Ore. Is that Oceanic or whatever title you give that is building? Who want to benefit from it? You start it from Lagos Sea to Asaba to other. Do we need that now? What do we need this road? People cannot pass through Lagos. No security. So who is doing who? So what you are condemning the governor building bridges, you are doing worse. So you have to communicate, and when you communicate, people will react. That's why you have this reaction. That's why people are looking for revolution. Because even the revolution, we have to pray, because we are not in charge of police. We are not in charge of soldiers or army. We are just like that. No DSS. If you remember, there's a particular man who was in NIA, whatever, who was in charge of money. There's billions of dollars that were found in his house and others, and his wife. They escaped. But today, such a man is an ambassador in another country. So what are we now preaching? So it is, people must react. A leader has to explain, this is why I do this. This is why, as well you cannot explain, then there's no hope. And Nigeria is we are not going to rest on hopelessness. So people should have hope in their voters' card and vote every evil regime out of this country. God will do it.
Government is supposed to be about the people. It's not supposed to be about the leaders. It's supposed to be about the leads. That is the pact the people in government have with the followers or the citizenry. I don't think that the people have done enough to compel the leaders to be more focused on governance, and governance which is basically for the welfare of the people. We just see the citizens full of hysteria over a particular situation, and after that they go to bed. Save for civil society organizations like SERAP, who are on the government's back and pushing them to do what they ought to do. Nigerians generally are laid back if they can just get their 3 square meals and that's all. The more, I think that even if they are trying to wake up to push government, they should do more. Nigerians should ensure that governance should be people-centric and not about the persons in government. We must ensure that we speak up and be involved, not just being card-carrying members of political parties, but by ensuring that we speak up and put government and political office holders on their toes. The government is people-centered because government seems to feel they know better. I believe that the leaders should come down from their high horse, have town hall meetings with the people. What do they want? What is the primary issue that you want us to focus on? We find out that every government simply comes with their own program, 3-point agenda, 7-point agenda, without carrying the people along. Renewed hope or all that sloganeering, without letting people say, or without the input of the people. You find people having pages and pages of manifestos that they are not ready to implement. It's just for the paper, just for the records, for people to see that there's a manifesto. But they must carry the citizenry along. What is happening in rural areas? Do they have primary health centers? Do you know that the UBTH as a hospital is a tertiary hospital? Only very important health issues should be tackled there. If we have general hospitals in Benin City, general hospitals everywhere, UBTH will not be crowded up because a tertiary hospital, if you go to other tertiary hospitals in the country, except you have major referrals, you can't go there. So the government should look at what do the people want, where does it pinch these people, and try to ensure that they remedy that area, like schools. We must ensure that time will come that people will be removing their children from private school and putting them in public schools, because public schools have become very good. Children should not be sitting on the floor. Children should not be wearing tattered uniforms. Government should be able to do that for families, so that people will understand that they have a government who listens and cares for them. Take example for Edo State. There are other little things, that low-hanging fruits that you can grab, and people will see that you are doing something good for the people. See Ring Road. The road in Ring Road, just that city center, is bad. You pass there every day, you see that road is bad, nothing is being done, but you are putting on flyovers. That is a white elephant project that will take millions or billions of naira. Whereas primary health centers, where children will be born, where children will be treated, where people will run to first before being referred to general hospital, they are not functional. Those are the very important things. Primary schools where our children of the poorest of the poor can go free of charge or paying little sums of money, they are not functional. Healthcare is not affordable for anybody. People are dying because they cannot pay out of pocket expenses to pay for hospital. They go to chemists, they go to one auntie nurse who treats them. But if all these things are being tackled by the government, then the people will be very happy. Not major projects like flyovers, which will not touch the people personally. Very soon the flyovers will be underground bridges for criminals to be hiding. Those are not the primary issues of government.
You see, people need practical. People are tired. Before this government, a lot of policies has been made, and those policies were not implemented. And those policies that were not implemented, people are fed up about it. Nigerian leaders and government should go beyond making policies, but implementations is becoming our problem. And the masses are tired of hearing policies and no implementations. And this has been making the masses to disbelieve every policies that the government are making. And that is why the masses are saying that they are tired, they are fed up. When governments make policies, they pay less concern about it because they are not seeing the implementations. And this time, the government should wake up to their responsibility. In the developed nations, governments have their agendas, and it is the agendas that is the scorecard of the administrations, in the sense that when they don't need to be reminded on what to do, as they brought out their manifestos, they start their implementation immediately. But in the developing nations, not only in Nigeria, most third world nations, implementation is becoming the problem. But like stakeholders like us are telling government that is beyond species, is beyond making policies. People want to see practical. And when governments are proactive in whatsoever they are doing, you don't tell the people not to sing your praise. It is your proactiveness that will make the people to begin to sing your praise. And that is why, as an advocate for good governance, I am telling government stakeholders, government should go beyond making policies, but implementations. Those who are SSE and their advisors should give a constructive advice to people who are in powers to enforce implementations. When there are implementations, people will begin to rejoice. You see, today there is high cost of living. Government should take proactive steps on how to cushion all these issues so that the environment, and everyone will be happy. I know the government are trying their best, but they should go beyond, because the people are expecting a lot from them. Nigeria is a big country, compounded with a lot of problems. Even when the present administration came in, they came to meet problem. Rome wasn't built in one day. It takes a gradual process. If the masses will support this present government to bring out what he has proposed to do, I believe things will be done. There are various facets. There are some areas that things are working well, while there are some other areas things are not also working well. But let our praise, our encouragement, we make them to put their interest to ensure those areas that are not working well will begin to work well. When you look at Edo State in particular, the governor of this state, a lot of people said, oh, this governor will not be able to work because they are looking at him as a very calm governor, and they are looking at him that because of his disposition, this governor, this fire approach is not in him. Based on that, they expect that the governor cannot be able to do something. But for these few years that the governor of Edo State have assumed or come into office, you discover that things are working. I will give him kudos on the area of insecurity. The governor has put more interest on that area. There are governors who have come before this time, they will say we will tackle it. At the end of the day, with good speech, with good things are not done. But this governor, he didn't just say I will tackle it, but he just begin to work, and we are seeing the effect of his work. On the issue of infrastructure, we are also seeing what he's also doing. The flyover that he commenced on, we know some people, some governors will embark on such projects. You will say, oh, why did such people embark on such project? This project that they have embarked on will take almost a decade to complete such project. But we saw this governor, when he came into office, he said, Benin City must have a flyover. And he embarked on those projects, 2 of them simultaneously, and we are seeing the effect of that flyover working out. These are some of the projects that some governor will embark on. It will, even though they will leave office, you still see that those projects is lying low. But this governor, I give him kudos on the area of infrastructure. I also give him kudos on the area of security.
It is their duty to deliver their mandate. They made promises, and those mandates, they should deliver it. I think they have, to me, they're very slow. They're very slow. If the people are pushing them, I think the people should push them. Shouldn't use the word we, the people should push them to deliver good governance, to do what is proper. And so, for me, I don't think is there anything we're doing that is actually speedy. Nothing. The roads are very bad. Our airports dilapidated. Nothing is working. Nothing is actually working. But we are hoping that they will do something about it. And I think our governor, Senator Murokwe, is trying, but he can do better. So let him do better. The roads are bad. Look at the rain everywhere, the flood. Everywhere is flooded. There is no good road in Benin. No actual good road in Benin. In fact, Jaro is worse. Jaro Sapler is worse. There are other areas, Wotobo. So I don't think they're being pushed. I don't think anybody can push them except God. For me, on that day, 2027, by the time the people go to the poll to vote, the vote will tell.
It is a pity that our leaders today, they don't really know. It's as if they have diverted from their duty. The reason why they were elected, now they are now focusing on promises. So it's not supposed to be the citizen, the masses, that will tell the leaders what they ought to be doing. If you check in other countries or in well-doing countries, you will see that the leaders, the very day they elect them into office, they pick their power, they pick their official duties, they pick all the ethics that is backing up the constitution of that office they are holding. They run with it, and they make sure wherever their citizen, wherever their subordinate are needing, they provide it for them and give them. When you talk about even the as low as social amenities like waters and the rest, even our leaders, they cannot provide it for the citizen, and they keep coming back. They will use that to campaign. Since over 20-something years, they have been campaigning with water, road, and security. The next election we are still expecting, that is the same thing they are still going to campaign with. So it is a pity that our leaders is now the masses that is now pushing them to focus on the reason why they are elected. The fact is this: we are tired of BB grammar. It's the right time for them to focus on what the masses, what the people who elect them into power, what they need, and provide it for them. Because to be honest, grammar, big English will not provide food on our table. It's enough of all this. The people are not the ones that were supposed to tell them, because they know the reason why they are going to that office. So getting to the office, they need to do that reason why they were elected. Walking around the streets, you will see that the masses are angry. They are absolutely tired of this administration. On day-to-day life, it's not so difficult for us to even live. If you check the minimum wage of average Nigeria, it's not able to buy a bag of rice. Talk less about the transportation. If you check the high cost of transportation in the past maybe 18 months to our present state, many persons are waking up, going to office just to pay their transport, or for them not to be idle at home. The salary is not even enough to pay their transport, or to pay hospital bill, or to pay their children academic. If we continue like this, it's going to be terrible in the next administration.
The federal government are supposed to do what they are expected to do and fulfill their promise, not because anybody is pushing them to do it. Because I believe if you make a promise, you are supposed to fulfill it. And you are not supposed to be reminded by doing what you promised to do. Because just take, for example, now, if God call you to do something, nobody will push you to do it. You have to make sure that everything works out. Well, thank God, I will use let me use those state governor as example, because it's somebody that I've seen, not that we are all seeing something that is making difference. Because you don't push him, you just want to make the people happy and try to fulfill his promise, and making sure that whatever he says, he makes sure he did it and it came to pass. He did not just say it, but he fulfilled it. The area where I'm driving to, the land that was taken from us long ago by the previous administration, this governor came and said to us that we'll get our land back. And to the glory of God, our land has been given to us. And I personally have gotten my own. And you have done well, because Edo State was on safe ground. But today you have made it a safe ground. And this is what we are saying when it comes to doing what you promise. And government is supposed to be like that. And this is what we are praying for, and this is what we want our leaders to be doing, whereby nobody is reminding them to do what they are supposed to do, but yet they are just doing it and making sure that what they came there for, they fulfill it, and make sure everything goes well for the people, because they are there for the people, not there for themselves.
The new scorecard isn't about grammar. It's, did food get cheap? Is the road safe? Is there light? It's basically what citizens are saying that they expect from the federal government in order for citizens and Nigerians at large to enjoy life. And they expect the federal government to do all of the promises that they have made during their campaign before they emerged and occupied their offices. That is why they are saying that grammar and personalities, political party will not provide them with the basic amenities that they need, but rather they need a result-oriented kind of person. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji saying to you many thanks for watching. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hey, and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation. This is a table where we sit down to discuss things that are pertaining the family, pertaining the society, pertaining Nigeria at large, and we talk about ourselves, things that will make us also, be the women that we're meant to be, things that will help us to grow in our marriages, in our businesses, in our place of work, and how to take care of the children, and of course, our husbands. I am Patricia Uwenu-Vedos. To just do this with me today on the table is on my right, I have Ms. Bola Ige Oyebade. Ms. Bola Ige Oyebade is an artist and also a real estate consultant. You're welcome.
Thank you for having me. Good to be on.
It's good to have you today. I hope you didn't find it difficult getting here.
No, not at all.
Thank you for coming. And also to my left, I have Ms. Oluwatoyin. Ms. Oluwatoyin Sani is the founder of House of Refuge Foundation, and it's also a table shaker. She's always shaking this table whenever she's around. Tony, thank you for finding time to go. One of these days, we're going to be talking about your foundation and also talk about your work in Nigeria prisons.
I will love
We'll find time to talk about that. And also on this table today, we have Mrs. Gift Furera Onuzo. Mrs. Gift Furera is a chef, is an executive chef anyway, not just a chef, not just the ones we see, the AI chefs we see on Instagram. She's a complete chef, and I'm looking forward to, having a meal set up on this table so you all can see what she does. Thank you for finding time to come.
Thank you so much.
Okay, today we want to talk about, let me see what we're talking about today. Today we're talking about marriage after divorce. I don't know if you understand the contents of this, the context of this topic, marriage after divorce. Some people were married and they divorced. Can they marry again? That's what the topic is all about. So I want to start from you. Let me start from you.
Okay.
If you have to dissolve your marriage for whatever reason it is, we don't want to know what reason it is. Whatever reason it is that made you to resolve your marriage, would you want to remarry?
If I see someone that we have the same values and we're compatible, I would want to give it a try. Again, yes, I would want to, because it's all about companionship. So sometimes you might think you don't want to because of maybe your past experiences. And along the line, you meet someone that just sweeps you up your feet and meets your values in life. And you find it interesting for you to be, in a relationship with that person and finally get to, the end, happy ever after, as they say it, So I want to give it a try. Again, because
So your opinion, you want to give it a try.
I would want to.
So someone said on the social media, she said, if possible, in the next 3 to 6 months, I will remarry. Why do you think she said so? And would you do that if you were in her shoes? You divorce and then you meet someone in the next 3 to 6 months, you're ready to get married again.
It depends. Marriage, it's sweet. If you're with the right partner. Marriage is something else. If you're with the wrong person. There is emotional connection, emotional connectivity. And most of the time, we will always leave the maturity out of it. Maturity play a very good role in understanding in marriage. I'm still saying it to everybody to know that the best marriage is the marriage between two friends. A friendship that transcends to marriage always lasts long. whatever that can make us choose to be apart, there will be reasons, different reasons. That question, is it to remarry to that same person or another person? In both way and
Another
wise,
person.
even to the same person, it is possible. Because at times there's immaturity. At times there will be, we didn't really find time to know much of ourselves. Or we are still baby. So many things that we're supposed to ignore. You take it to be a capital issue and end up breaking the hope. By the time we went on holiday and we now come back.
That's separation. That's separation.
We now see a better of ourselves that is more mature, she's more
understanding.
mature, more understanding, more tolerance, more this. We can go back and make a perfect marriage. I keep saying it, that marriage is the only black market that I've ever seen in life. Because what you are buying, you don't know. No matter how beautiful the package is,
Initially.
you can never know the content until you get inside it. And do you know it might take more than 5 years to know your partner?
Even
more. So if I now say, it depends on the connectivity. You might leave somebody in 3 months, I know go do say yes. Because that's too short.
That's too short a time for you to recover from the other one.
Whatever bring that marriage down then can still bring this
down.
Because you need to study. Marriage is a lifetime institution. It's not I go that I will go, I know in 5 years' time I will graduate. You are going for till death do both of the partners' parts. So you have to give it a deeper foundation. Know who you are. No matter, even I keep saying it, even if you court for 10 years, that does not mean you will know your partner well until you start living together, bonding together before you can answer. So if for whatever reason there's a partner, if they leave you, you go even pray, you don't be there forever.
Okay, so that's where I want to come to gift. If the divorce was as a result of domestic violence, and you got married to a man who was always maltreating you, beating you up, and all of that, would you want to remarry after some time?
Well, in that situation, first of all, of course, I'll be traumatized. I will really be messed up in my mind. So for me to think of remarrying, I have to really sit down and know if I want to go into it, because that fear of the first one may be, cutting in. You understand? Maybe cutting in.
And disturbing your new love.
And disturbing my new love. So I think for me, I will take a break. Even though in me, I would want to venture another one, because I wouldn't want to be alone. You understand? Especially that I'm still, age is still on my side. You understand? Except, okay, so, but I will still want to venture another one, but I would definitely take a break. At least let me get a new, fresh orientation, like, working on therapy, kind of. And let me just get a new, because at that time I am broken. And in that my broken state, I don't need to enter into marriage in that, because marriage, I need a whole lot of me to go in. So I must go in with my complete self. So the former must have to completely be erased. If not, it will affect or reflect in the new one. So, that is why I need to make sure that my mindset is reset and I properly get ready emotionally, spiritually, even mentally, I need to get
physically.
Yes, physically self. I need to get ready for the new one, not diving in because I'm afraid of loneliness, or I want to be with a man or whatever. No. Because it's good, because it should be a whole new thing again for me.
Okay.
Yes.
Toyin, you heard her say that she will want to give it another trial, but she has to be ready physically, mentally, emotionally, and all of the lees.
Yes.
All of the lees. Okay, so now she also said she has to be prepared and be sure of what she's getting into. Let's leave getting prepared out of it. I want to find out from you. How are you sure of this one that you're getting into again? How do you identify that this person won't also come to beat me afterwards?
After do the same.
There's an adage in the Yoruba language that says, if a child fall down, you look into the front. Please, there. You start running again.
Because let me tell you why I asked this particular question. There's also an adage that says that if Cain wait and take flog the first wife, and they go take flog, they wait for the second wife. So how do you now identify this person you want to, try out again?
But if the elderly person fall down, you first of all look, what's making me fall? And who are the people looking at me? Marriage, like she rightly said, that she has to be prepared. It is not an institution that it fails here, you are running to Calabar to pick another one.
Okay, so it's not political parties.
It is not APC that you come from there, you enter here. No. You have to think, go back to God. Am I the problem?
Yeah,
do I try my best? How am I at fault here? And do I supposed to tolerate more? Do I supposed to forge a little bit further to tolerate everything? You have to think. It is when you now see, I tried my best. It's from him. Okay, what are the things from him? You state it. This. Definitely when you have known what you cannot take from that man. If anybody is coming, you will first of all check that one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm bringing that story. I have a girl in Femi prison now. What's turned her life upside down is marriage. Wrong marriage. Wrong marriage. She got to the first one. They didn't check their genotype. The second one, domestic violence issue. She took a break for a long time, after 5-6 years. She's going to another one again, and they were now talking on phone. They were planning the marriage. And one day again, the guy now calling, using the kind of voice that the one that used to beat her is still using.
The red flags. The red flags.
No, I'm not going again.
Those are the red
No
flags.
matter what they said, everybody beg her. We booked the hall. He said, no, let me re-examine the again.
Which was the right thing to do.
If that voice was a mistake, let me know again. Maybe I've not really pressed him to that and more issue will still press him beyond this level. So that is how it is. Domestic violence is not a small thing, it takes life.
I want to hear the complete story.
Some people
yes. So how did she find herself in the prison?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you now know she chose not to
do the marriage?
Not to do, but she had a child with the first one. So she now said, let me be taking care of my child. And she was to relocate from another state to go ahead and get me the marriage in maybe like in 2 weeks thing. So she has sold all her things from that state, preparing for this before she get the wrong. So she just came to Lagos. But whatever she brought to Lagos, when you are starting in a new life, it's not going to be easy. Yeah. So she was exhausted financially. And the daughter, she's the only one taking care of the child. She now ran back, started looking for the father of the child that's not ready to take the responsibility. Okay, you promised to pay the school fee, pay part of the log back on so that I can sustain and pay and sort the guy refused, despite the fact that the guy is rich and the wife is at home. They were comfortable. She chose not to take care of this girl. Do you know what's now happened? The girl is depressed and nobody knows she's depressed. I learned a lot from that lady because she started reaching out to people to talk to people
and nobody is picking a call. Nobody's ready to listen to her.
Nobody's ready to help. They'll see her as a failure.
Yeah, they see her as a failure. Even her father rejected her and the child. Nobody to come, no friend come to her head. She started telling the guy that help us now. Don't let the hunger kill us. I'm like a failed mother. I can't be watching my daughter going through this. Send us money. If you don't do this, I will kill myself. I will kill the child. I will end everything. And the guy is reading the
text without replying.
Do you know she used the last money she has to go and see her cousin just to pour her? Immediately she get the cousin said, "I'm going for a party. I can't. I will call you back. You can't wait for me. I will not call you back on that." As they were now going back, they go to a bus stop. The daughter said, "I'm now very hungry." They used the last money to buy the drink. The remaining change she bought sniper.
And killed the daughter.
Not the daughter she wanted to kill. They shared it. She told the daughter that we can't go beyond this level. I can't be watching you do all this. So the drink, the buget, the remaining one, she poured the snapper of the daughter inside and drink the remaining one. The daughter didn't survive and she survived. That is the serious case in my hand. In female prison, now as I'm talking to you, the case is there. The lady is there.
Because attempted murder is an offense.
It's an offense.
Of course.
It wasn't attempted.
She killed. No, what I mean is she killed the guy and also attempted suicide.
She does not even. She has not even forgiven herself because she thought
she would be die. She would be the one that would die.
But for her to now come out to see herself alive and the daughter, she has not get rid of it. That is the one of what these marriages can cause.
Oh my God. Well, this is a very sad story, trust me. We're going for a very short break. We'll be back to continue this conversation. Please sit. Don't go away. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation, the same table where we talk about family ties. Now, Tony was saying something that was very saddening. If you see how low my voice had come, it's a very sad story. We're talking about divorce. Can you get married again after divorce? That's what we're talking about. And then she brought the story of a young lady who is currently in the prison. And she concluded on how she got to the prison, because I wanted to hear the end of the story. She started by saying it was marriage, a wrong marriage that brought her there, and she wanted to end it there. No, we needed to know what she did that made her to come there, and she ended it by telling us what exactly the lady did, and she is in the prison right now. So let's leave that alone, because honestly, I am saddened about that. It's emotional. So we're talking about, can you marry again after divorce? That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, because truly it's good to marry again. Because these days, even with how the entire world, the country is, nobody can do it alone. Except we are just deceiving ourselves. Irrespective of what religion and doctrine are telling us, no man can leave it alone for now. We need to remarry. But it's for us to go back, to go and pray for the right person to come our way. When you meet the right person, you will enjoy marriage.
Toyin, that's where we came to get to the story of this young lady. Pray to meet the right person. Did you pray in your first marriage to meet the wrong person?
Let me hear from you. I think at the first stage, when you want to get married as a young person, the youthful exuberance, the love thing shocks you, and you don't pay attention to the red flags, the details. Now that leads you into a bad marriage. But when you want to get to the second marriage, you pay attention to every little details.
Every dot.
Every dot. Every dot. You might not know it all, like you said. You might not know the person you get married to, not even in the next five or more years, but there are some things you would see and you will know if you're to go into it or not to go into it. And also, like you said, you pray that God gives you the right person, because God has your best interest at heart. He knows what you have gone through. He knows where you are. And again, you have
that's
to
why
live.
that's the question I asked earlier on. Is it that as a young girl when you were getting married you didn't pray? You just
No, it's
met
not that you
this
didn't
person?
pray. You prayed, but you did not pay attention to the warnings or to the signs.
The thing is that the thing is that you know, because like in the first one it can be excused that you didn't love Shaki.
yeah,
There were a lot of cloud on your head that you were not cleared. But the second one, and that is why, like you said, that she was already getting married to the third husband, right?
Yeah, it was
Okay, the second about to, yes, that's what I said. She was about to get married to the third one, and then she picked a call, and the voice sounded,
Like
you know, like the first one. You see, that is where the problem is again, because when you experience the first one, when you are about to go to the second one, is not a mountain before you, because everything you are suspecting everything. You are just being careful, this over careful, and you tend to miss out even in the real one. So that is another issue again. You understand that one has to, yeah.
I want to answer the question. The question is, share within pray. One problem with us in prayer is many of us in relationship, we have picked our choice before taking it to God.
True. So even if God is speaking, you
are not hearing.
You're not hearing
Whatever
it.
God is saying, you don't hear again. Because
Especially when you have seen the desired,
you are attached.
when you have seen the desired figure you want and the things
Apart
you
from
want.
that, you've even connected yourself.
Yes.
You have attached yourself. You have the feelings has grown already.
Grown.
So if you are now praying at that level, it is good to pray when you just meet. Before you say, I won't go think about it. Before you say yes, pray. That time, whatever answer God is bringing is clear. You will hear it. Everybody can tell you. But when you connect, you have already emotionally connected. Even God is saying, even God sent Abiara, said Baba Joseph Bayo Babalola from CAC. We don't that. You don't go here.
Okay, all right. Let's go to red flags. We hear women say, this man has a red flag, or this guy there's a red flag that I identified in him. What are those red flags? How do we identify them?
Red flags?
Plenteous.
Let me start with you. Name the ones that you can remember.
When you just shout.
Red flag.
Or when you cannot even respect me anywhere in the public. You talk down. My ideas are, there's some response that's always negative. When you can't even appreciate anything about me, even in the public. No, it's a red sign. It's very red. I'm talking, instead of you to correct me with love and calm, you are shouting as if you are talking to a 2-year-old girl. No, when you are addressing me the way you are addressing your cleaner in the office, I always say it, any man that cannot respect his own mother and the sister cannot respect the wife. Forget it. Because you cannot give what you do not possess. It comes from the upbringing.
Of course.
True.
Some men, they worship their wife. It's not as if the wife deserves it, but they were trained to do that. It's from the upbringing. If you see the one that is standing up upon his mother, that the mother will say 1 and he will say 3, he will do worse to his wife.
But he has control over
He has control. And some men, when they have that money, they can do and they will be on top of the world. The wife will now be like ants. Why they will now be turned to elephants? So they can swallow you anytime. And some will beat you today and buy you Jeep tomorrow. So that you will cry.
What are your red flags, Gift?
My red flags is especially when you are not free with me, having to know, to use your phone.
Communication.
Yes, communication. You are hiding it. You don't want. In fact, when you are answering call, I shouldn't be there, or you excuse yourself. That is a red flag. And also a red flag also is when you are too attached to your family, that you want to take decisions from them. You understand? And then you want them to you just make me understand that they have a say on your life to a certain percentage, that is a red flag, of course. And then, you know, somebody who is always have mood swing. You're always having mood swing. You know, that is totally red flag for me. Yes.
Let me hear from you.
Yes.
What is your what are your red flags?
Wow. Red flags are many. But for me, a man that can raise his hand on a woman, it's a no-no. It's a red flag. You shouting on me because nobody knows everything. I grew up in a different background, and so did you. So if I do something and you're not comfortable with it, there's a way you talk to me, and I will know that yes, this is what I have done that is wrong, and you correct me. But when you just raise your voice and like, are you stupid? Are you throwing insultive words? You know, like that, or I offend you, and the next thing you smash something on the ground. You smash my head on the wall one day. You understand? So those are red flags, and is a no-no for anybody.
Okay. What about the lousy ones?
That's another red
And
flag.
that cannot keep any secrets.
That cannot keep any secrets. No, I would. Do you know? From even talking to you, I will know. So there's no need going further. I will not, because I know my kind of person. I know what I want.
The dirty ones too.
Oh, good God.
So
You know when you get.
Do you know why I laughed? Toyin, you're always bringing this other side of me out. Toyin, I am a pretty representer. Okay, so this is the reason why I laughed. I was watching something on the social media one day, and there was this pastor that people go to their congregation, they go, husband and wife go to talk about themselves to the pastor. And this woman was saying, it's too dirty, That's why I laugh. That is so dirty. And that he will come back with his dirty body and he will come close to her and she stays away. Now he's saying that she has men friend outside is the reason why she's not giving him to him. So she came to the open. She didn't care who was there.
Maybe she was have talked to him in the
To say the reason why, exactly. So that's why I laughed when you said what about the dirtiness.
And red flag also, you know, when the person is not ready to take
learn.
correction,
Yes.
to learn,
It's not teachable.
Yeah, it's not.
And there are some men that lack communication. They don't want. They don't have time.
They don't want to share. They don't open up at all.
Instead of them to share their thoughts, their opinion with their companion, they rather go outside.
They prefer talking
What
to
do you think that is? Lack of trust for your
you are comfortable
Some
more
of
with
them-
people. Lack of lack of everything. So there's no need even being there.
Because why am I at home? Why am I at home?
Yeah.
You cannot share your privacy with me. Then
some of them, they could be introverts.
and some
Introvert, but you can talk to somebody
outside.
outside.
Talk issues over. And you know, women, God created us. We are
We're
the talking time.
Want to know?
You will know the best marriage is the marriage of a good listener. The man is a listener. You'll be able to wake up anytime and
talk.
But when you don't allow me to talk and I keep buttoning up.
Okay.
I make one woman to kill him. What's that?
Okay, ladies, don't come there again
No,
because
no,
you're
go,
going
go,
to
go.
make me very
I'm
emotional. Okay, don't come there now. Okay, now that we have identified some of these red flags, and some of the women, or rather, some of us have made mistakes with these red flags, and we found ourselves in this marriage. How do we help to resolve the issue of some of these red flags that we now are identifying so that we can keep the marriage going? How do we go about that?
One part of my gender that I don't like is we keeping too quiet about issue. But these days, I think because of social media, God is helping us. Many of us are coming out to talk now. When you see some things that are not good, those are the things that make you fall. Come out.
Every parent should go back to the base, to the root. Train up a child in the way he or she should go. That when he is gone, he will not depart
That's
from
another
it. So,
This is good.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, Johnny, thank you so much. Thank you, ladies, for coming on to this episode of Women in Conversation.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to another edition of your program, Hitches and Voices. On this program, our conversation centers around persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Don't forget that this program is brought to you by Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NADVID. NADVID is a non-governmental organization based here in Benin City that is advocating for the rights of persons with disability. Special apologies today because we are unable to have our sign language interpreter, which is meant to cater for our deaf audience. But subsequently, we'll be able to fix that and we'll have a sign language interpreter on set. Today is the 12th of June, 2026. It's Democracy Day, a day set aside to celebrate our democracy. I don't know if I can still refer to our democracy as nascent because we've gone more than a decade and that's no mean feat. On the program today, our attention is going to settle around the subject of democracy and disability participation. And who is best to have this conversation with us? We have with me in the studio a very revered and highly distinguished personality, Melody Omosa Esquire, one who has cast a niche for himself, not only in the disability community, but in our nation. I'll call him a national treasure because he's behind the conceptualization of the Braille Ballot Guide, a voting material that is meant to aid voting for the visually impaired. So you can understand why I call him a national treasure. Barrister Omosa, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much. Always a delight when I have the opportunity to be with our audience and viewers.
Welcome. I'd like to say a big thank you to our audience who are following on radio and those of you who have taken out time to follow us on television as well. A big shout out to the management of ITV for walking the talk when it comes to disability inclusion. They have made Hitches and Voices a household name in Edo State by ensuring that this program comes to you live on television and on radio simultaneously. But back to the subject. Today we are talking democracy. Like I said, I don't know if I can refer to our nation's democracy as nascent. I'd like to have your overview on this. What's your take on Nigeria democracy? Do you think it has properly evolved? Do you think our democracy can rank among celebrated democracy in other climes?
All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, viewers and listeners, for joining us again on Hitches and Voices. 29th May 2026, our democracy became 27 years, and that in an economy that is stable in developed societies. If when things go according to plan, a man or a woman that is 27 years is already a father or a mother, have graduated and started living their life. So by no stretch of imagination should our democracy again be referred to as nascent. 27 years down the line.
He's a grown man.
He's a fully grown man. And I'm happy that today, of course, that leads me back. Chief Anthony Enahoro was said to have moved for the independence of Nigeria in 1959. at the Western House of House of Region, the Western House. Then, when he was but 26 years. So when juxtaposed against our democracy, the Fourth Republic, that is already 27, you agree with me readily that it is not a baby anymore. But it's a long way. But of course, when juxtaposed with other democracies, United States, France, and all that, well, we are still a very long way away. But we're talking about June 12th, the 12th of June, and I'm sure many of these present, the Gen Z generation, they call them, except they do a little bit of history, may not have known why June 12th.
But unfortunately, history has been taken away from our
curriculum. Very unfortunately. You recall that on the 29th of May 1999, the military handed over to a civilian elected government, and President Olusegun Obasanjo became the president, and that day was set aside as democracy. But down the line, there was a clamor that before May 2029, there was a June 12th, where MKO Abiola, Moshood Kasimu Olayiwola Abiola, was elected by an election that are then adjudged to be the freest and fairest election that was organized, where he won, had a landslide victory on the way to become the Third Republic president on the 12th of June 1993. Unfortunately, that process was cut short in that the elections were annulled, I think on the 23rd of June that same year, by the then head of state, General Badamasi Babangida. And of course, a year after, he declared himself in 1994 as as president, saying that the military under Abacha was unwilling to hand over to him. He was incarcerated, and in 1998 he died. The first from his own part of the region, Ogun State and the whole of the western region, continue to clamor that he should be recognized as an elected president, even though that process was cut short because he was sliding to victory very comfortably before that whole process was stopped. So for the Western states, they continue to recognize June 12th as Democracy Day. That for them, that is the proper day of democracy, and would even declare those days as public holiday. But Mohammed Buhari, of blessed memory, the president between 2015 and 2023, I think a year or two before he left office, recognized June 12th and declared it a Democracy Day. What this president has done now is that June 12th is not, no, I think Buhari recognized that Abiola actually won the election and that he declared him as a former president. But this administration has properly recognized June 12th as Democracy Day. And instead of having a public holiday on the 29th of June, 29th of May, June 12th has now been declared as Democracy Day. However, the handing over day and change of government from one administration to another remains on the 29th of May because it's a constitutional matter. But my take would be that the National Assembly should allow this to reflect. This is popularly accepted to move our Democracy Day by 13 days from May 29th to June 12th. Not, however, this administration or parent elected president and National Assembly, state governors and state houses of assembly benefiting from it. But this administration can do that so that whosoever is elected next will know that the taking over date and handing over date will not be on June 12th. No need to recognize May 29th and also recognize June 12th simultaneously as Democracy Day. So that's the brief history of what has happened. So Nigeria is no longer, we are a grown adult, and we should be seeing some features of an adult who is actually growing and in charge.
All right, you said something very stunning, that a 26 years old Auntie Onaro moved for the independence of Nigeria.
Yes.
And I'm wondering where our current 26 years old, where they are now. I'm sure they are out there hustling for jobs, trying to get themselves one employment or the other. Meanwhile, years ago, a young Anthony Enaro had the opportunity to be in an assembly where he could move that motion. One would have expected that we would have evolved to a point where we have younger people in position of authority to impact governance. But like you said, a 27-year-old child is a grown man, and there are certain things expected of him. And we are hoping that we'll continue to mature. But let's come back to disability participation now. There's the issue of democratic inclusion. Do you think our democracy as it stands today is more inclusive of persons with disability? And what does democratic inclusion looks like?
All right, thank you very much. In democracy, we say there's always a social contract between the government and the people. And that is what distinguish or differentiate the system of government to other types of government. Whether the monarchical system of government that is largely by hereditary, or the authoritarian system of government, or the theoretical system of government where people take either by religious inclination or by other forms assume rulership position, not even leadership. But any form of democracy, being parliamentary, presidential, provided the people have the free choice, can participate and decide who their elected representatives will be. It is said that the people willingly donate their power to their representative, and therefore a social contract exists between the government and the governed. And I think that opportunity to participate in those who lead you should be the starting point. You don't wake up and say government is not responsive and responding to the yearnings of their citizenry, when in the first place you have no say whatsoever in either due to lethargy or you fail to perform your civic responsibility, or the opportunity to so do was not even provided in the first place. The point I'm struggling to make is that democracy starts from when the people are able to participate and decide who leads them. And it is to that extent that inclusion should be the bedrock and the watchword of every system, democratic system, that is aimed at bringing everyone on board. And to how inclusive can we say the democracy is for persons with disability, I would say the conversation is on, but we are yet not there at all. We have started because I recall that I and the organization I led, NAVID, or a Network for the Advancement of People with Disabilities, were a part of a process where we campaigned for Access Nigeria Disability Vote Matter campaign, where we engaged the Independent National Electoral Commission, the National Assembly, and other relevant governmental bodies to the end that they would make our electoral process and open enough for participation by persons with disabilities.
All right, we'll go to the issue of electoral participation. They usually say that in democracy, majority have their way, and the minority can have their say.
And only have their say, yeah.
I know that the community of persons with disability, we are in a minority in terms of our population and in our democracy. Would you say we've had our way, or we've been able to have our say, even though we can't have our way?
Well, I don't know how much you are in minority. It depends on what your calculations are. We are talking about over 35 million persons with disability in this country. And if we are able to harness that, everyone come together, I think the community of persons with disability as a constituency can sway election in any direction in this country if we properly harness. by what margin, what was the participation of the vote in the 2023 election between the candidate. We had a little over 25 million people participating in that election. And so I wouldn't really say that we have, as a constituency, that we
are in the minority.
Of course, if in any case, we say that we are the largest minority. That is how we like to brand ourselves. But of course, we know that we are not a political party, and so we belong everywhere. But the point will be that when it comes to advocacy for inclusion of this demography, the women group, for instance, and started long before, even the youth. Certain things were considered for the women and the youth group that we still yet do not have as a constituent.
All right, we'll stay on that subject, but we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, our conversation continue with the Executive Director, Navi Melody Omosa. Let's go on a quick break and we'll be right back. It's still Hitches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and our subject for discuss today is democracy and disability participation. And before we went on that break, my guest disagreed with me that the community of persons with disability, we are not in the minority. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million, and it is estimated that the disability population in Nigeria is well over 30 million. So that is not a minority, or we'll call it the largest minority, like you said. Let's go to the issue of electoral participation. INEC at a time talked about inclusion. It was a big issue within our electoral conversation. But I recall in the last election, it seemed to me, my personal opinion, judging from what I heard from other persons with disability who were in the field, that INEC seemed to have relaxed in terms of their commitment to disability participation in the electoral process. Where I voted, for instance, there were no brave ballot guide, not just for me, for other persons with disability who were there. People complained that there were no instructional materials for the deaf. Elections were held in places where wheelchair could not access. So a lot of persons on wheelchair would rather stay at home rather than suffer themselves to go to a polling unit that is not accessible. So when it comes to participating in the electoral process, either as voters, let's even stay with voting. What's your take? Where are we on that?
All right, thank you very much. Like I said, there was this campaign where we tried to deepen inclusion in our electoral process with INEC, and we very well believe that engaging was the way to go. So we did not only advocate, but we were actually on ground to prefer a solution. That's where the Brave Ballot Guide you talked about was designed in the first place. First piloted in Osun State in 2018 gubernatorial election that held on the 18th of September 2018, and thereafter deployed nationally at the 2019 general election. One would have expected that there will be a progressive use and coverage in terms of distribution of the use of the Brave Ballot Guide. And Brave Ballot Guide is a system by which visually impaired and blind voters can access the ballot independently and be able to vote for candidates and parties of their choice. Like I mentioned, used nationally in 2019. After then, we continue to engage INEC to find out how we were progressing. Since then, in every election, we have always monitored. I've always been on the field to see the inclusion and the deployment of materials for the blind, the hearing impaired, even those with albinism, the provision of magnifying glasses for them to use. And what I see is that, like you noted, INEC seemed not, the momentum seemed to have dropped. I wouldn't know what happened. I recall that not only did we provide this guide, these materials, assistive materials for INEC, we also embarked on collecting data to know where voters with disabilities, the polling units, they vote, so that with that record, INEC can deploy materials made for the individual voters to use depending on the disability type. And we also ensure that the CVRO, Continuous Voters Registration, that INEC now have, would, in the process of registering, you would have your disabilities type and stated in the form, so that they know firsthand that you are one with a disability, and on election day, seamlessly you'll be able to participate in the process. But that's not what we are saying. INEC has always had this logistic problem. And I think that for a group of persons with disabilities, for that matter, it should not be much a problem, even though we know nationally they do have their challenge. But I would say that from what I monitored in the last election, I'm not impressed at the pace INEC is going. I think that, yes, it's fine that we had this problem 2018 when it was piloted, 2019 it was used nationally, and given the obstacles the election, if in the obstacles the election, organizing the election for a state like Edo, Ondo, and all that, you cannot successfully deploy these materials for the persons with disabilities to participate in the system. I wonder what will happen, what happens in general elections.
I mean, like you said, this is a 27 years democracy. I would expect that at this stage, disability participation in elections should be a given. It should not be something we are still urging INEC, trying to encourage INEC to do. It should be a foregone conclusion that persons with disability can indeed participate in the electoral process, because the electoral process is accessible and inclusive. So we can only call on INEC to do the needful. Let's move over to representation. Do you think that persons with disability are adequately represented in leadership and in governance?
Well, they are not. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability 2006, Article 29 as asks that state parties should open their political and public space for the participation of persons with disability. And that was also ratified by the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act of 2018. But what do we have? I think that as we tinker with our Constitution, we have had the Fifth Amendment, and of course, the National Assembly is also making move to further come with amendment. I think we need to have seats reserved for persons with disability. It's not enough to come up and say by political parties, where for some of them will say,
but they say power is not served a la carte.
Well, we are talking about representation.
Of course,
of course. Government must be seen to be protective of the weakest, of the minority, of the vulnerable. And a minimum standard. Why are women asking for a 35% affirmative reserve for them?
Women?
For why are they asking that certain seats should be, 1/3 of the seats should be reserved for women participation? That's why I said that the youth, of course we have, power is not served a la carte, but we have the not too young to run be speaking to the participation of youth. But why are we not having something specifically directed at persons with disability, protecting their representative rights in the executive and in the legislative arm of
sorry for cutting without mentioning any political party. I heard over the news that a particular political party has mentioned that as part of their policy, women and persons with disability who want to contest under their platform will be given their expression of interest free at a very minimal discount.
I say that is tokenism. that is just, that's playing to the gallery. It's like, oh, the Kingsley Okojen has the money to buy the form, and I do not have, and we are contesting for the same position. You have paid for the form, and I've given the form free. Who do you think the party will hand over the tickets to? The one that did not pay to contest, and the one that paid for it. Until they make such persons their candidate to say, okay, we have reserved because this person have indicated interest, this party is presenting this person to run for that seat, then there's no guarantee. And even where parties are willing to do that, what is the assurance that other parties will follow suit? So I think the way to go is to have our constitution amended, to have a represent, and it is done in all democracies. There are
like in Uganda, for instance.
Yes, in Uganda, even in Iran, in Iran and in Iraq, for instance, I know very well, which is an Arab nation. They have certain seats for the, reserved for the Christian population, a certain percentage, right? That is an Islamic country, and so we see that everywhere that certain group must have some level of protection. That is not all they should have, but at least we shouldn't have a 360 National Assembly members with no one representing the disability community and issues. Like I said, we are not just only a community, we are a constituent, and our issues should be so serious. So I think that we will do more to amend our constitution to guarantee some level of protection. That way, it will be a far cry for disability representation. You look at the executive, you talk about women, you talk about youth. How many governor or president have in their cabinet a one with a disability holding a substantive position, apart from what they try to do sometimes, having an SSA on disability matters?
All right. But very quickly, in 30 seconds, I've known you over the years. I've seen people in politics and in governance. I don't think some of them have some of the qualifications that you have to contest. Looking at the future, are you considering?
I hope you know what I'm saying.
Are you considering contesting for any elected position? Because I know you are more than qualified, more than qualified than some of the persons I see out there. Would you consider that?
Not for the moment.
Yes.
We'll see what the future holds. But
because
right
I'm
now,
preparing to be your campaign manager.
Thank you so much for offering that. But I actually want to see that our system change, and our democracy, our electoral process have such integrity that people will believe participating will not be shortchanged.
All right, this is a wrap on the program today. Such an interesting conversation, always with the Executive Director, Navid Melody Omosa Esquire. It is our hope that as our country's democracy continue to evolve, that disability participation will become more inclusive and accessible for persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to another exciting edition of Youth Perspective, brought to you by Independent Television. I'm your host, Amara Chukwu Azuka, and today we'll be talking about an interesting topic, money or passion. What should young people choose or pursue? I'm not alone in the studio. I have the very wonderful Onoche Gabriel. Hello, Gabriel.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Yes, you already had me there when you were already describing me as wonderful. I was like,
You are wonderful.
Well, it is what
and
it is.
exceptional.
Thank you very much.
You should know that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're talking about money and passion. What should young people pursue? So if you have to choose a career that you're passionate about, or the one that pays you more money, what will you choose, Gabriel?
I think for a young person, because it's all about young minds right now. That's why you obviously invited me.
Of course.
So as a young person, I think going for what I'm more passionate about.
Oh, really?
Yes,
and
sincerely.
one would think that you would go for like money.
Money should not be the first thing that should make you want to start your journey. Do you understand? Because as a young person still, you should be passionate about it. It's when people see that you're a passionate presenter, it's when people see that you're a passionate newscaster that they want to call you for this job. Okay, nobody wants to hire an incompetent person.
Amazing.
So as a young person, young lady, young man, of course, passion comes first. Passion should be the first thing that should cloud your mind, honestly.
Wow, that's amazing. Okay, so what if my passion as a person doesn't bring much income for me? Maybe I have a job, like I'm passionate about a job, and then I go into that career, and it doesn't bring in much income. And then I get an offer of another job that brings in more income. Would you advise me to go for that one that brings in much
The other
income?
job, is it in line with your career path?
Okay, so let's have it in both ways. Let's have it in the way where it aligns, and then let's look at when it doesn't align.
If it aligns, you're more than free to do so. I mean, looking at the situation of things in our country, you should always look for the best way out. But nothing is going to shake me from the fact that as a young guy starting up as a career person, the first thing you should focus on is your passion. When people see that you're money oriented, money, it's more like what we Gen Z people call an ick.
Oh, okay.
Like, show me that you deserve this job.
Wow.
You don't need too much English when people already know, people that want to hire you already see that you're passionate.
Wow, that's
Exactly.
amazing.
Passionate people deserve pay too. So
They deserve pay. So that's
the
how-
more passionate you are,
Yeah.
the higher your pocket gets.
Are you
The
for
deeper your
real?
pocket get.
Are you for real?
I believe that's the way it's supposed to work.
Okay,
honestly.
because if you're like working in an establishment
Yes.
that you're passionate about, but the pay is not like huge. So how do I convert that passion into like much more pay?
Looking at you now, right? You are an amazing newscaster.
Oh, stop
But,
it.
but by the side, let me tell the viewers something they don't know.
Okay.
You're a red carpet host.
Oh,
Why am I
that's
bringing
right.
this up? You have more than one stream of income. But you see something, it is still very much in line with what you're doing.
That's right.
It's not far off at all.
That's right.
You're still standing in front of the camera, entertaining the viewers. So everything about you screams passion.
Oh, give us
So
stuff.
thinking about the economy, it's wise enough for you to, you know, have more than one stream of income. I've already used you as an example. Lydia here is an amazing newscaster, an exciting red carpet host.
Okay, can we now end the show? I think I end it here, right?
It's important that I point that out, honestly.
Wow, that's really amazing. Thank you so much, Gabriel, for that.
Yes, I mean, it's not really a compliment, you know. It's facts.
It's facts. Okay.
Yeah.
So now, using myself as an example,
Yes,
because
yes.
you brought it out. So what if, with all the passion I have for this job that I'm doing right now, and then I get an offer to become a banker,
Okay.
and then the pay is like way above what I'm earning now, would you advise me to go for it?
You see, coming into this line of presenting, coming into this line of newscasting,
Yeah.
you have an expectation in your mind.
Okay.
You have a certain level that you would want to get to, that you automatically become open to explore.
Mm.
If you know, this question you're asking is more or less like a personal decision.
Yeah.
Right? If you're already 5 years, 10 years into this gig of, presenting, newscasting, and all of that, right?
Yeah.
You're more than free to, try to make that decision of, trying to explore. It's allowed. It's not a taboo anywhere. It's not written anywhere that a newscaster or whatnot cannot become a banker, just like she has
Well,
said.
how will I, if I'm a newscaster and I'm also a banker, how do I measure up? Like, how do I balance the two? Because it's gonna affect one part of the job.
How do you balance your newscasting and red carpet host?
No, because they are all in alignment. They are all like in the same.
Everything falls back on, schedule. You can cast news on Saturdays.
Okay, and work in the bank on Monday.
Thank you very much. Full stop. Exactly.
I love that. Okay, so moving on here. We often hear the saying, do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life.
Yeah.
Now, Gabriel, do you believe that that's realistic in today's economy?
In today's economy,
Yeah.
it shook me a little bit. But do what you love and you'll never have to work again in your life.
Yeah.
That's boils down to once you're working at a job, just like, oh God, do I keep using? Do I keep?
You always use it.
Okay, let me hype myself up a little bit.
Okay,
right?
use yourself.
Because pretty much, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
still pretty much like a presenter. Do I call myself upcoming or an outstanding presenter? Just
Okay,
like
okay.
But when we come down to work, rather,
Yeah.
it's more or less us doing what we love. It gets to a point where we even forget that we're at work
We're at
because
work.
we're having so much fun. It doesn't look like, it doesn't feel like a hectic task.
That's right.
So that's why, when I started off, I said, passion should be what clouds your mind. Once you're already passionate, money matters. Let's not get it twisted.
Of course.
Your finance matters a whole lot. But once you're already passionate about what you're doing, it gets to a level where money becomes,
Like secondary, right?
secondary thing. Let me just put myself out there. Let people just know that Onoch is here. Let people just know that Lydia is here.
Yeah.
Amaze the audience and
Amazing.
all of that. Yeah.
Amazing. I love that answer.
Yeah.
So now moving on,
Yeah.
many young people abandon their dreams because they need to survive financially.
Yeah.
Do you think society places too much pressure on young people to make money quickly?
Society definitely does place a 1,001 pressure
Wow.
on people to, abandon their dreams.
Wow.
And from my own point of view, I cannot blame them.
Oh,
You and I know the situation of things in the country.
that's right.
People are, doing what we call feeding from hand to mouth. One stream of income, still not their fault. Limited streams of income in our country, you know that.
Yeah.
So, outrightly, yeah, I cannot blame them for, abandoning their dreams.
Their dreams.
You get that?
Yeah.
So, what's the question again? Sorry.
Okay.
I forgot.
Yeah, do you think society makes too much pressure on
Okay,
young
well,
people?
society definitely makes too much pressure, especially for all of these youths that do not know what they really want. Youths who don't know what they want for themselves. We are here. I don't need to second guess anything when somebody comes and asks me, Onochi, what do you do? I can outrightly tell them I am a presenter. Or somebody walks into the studio right now and tells you, Lydia, what do you do? You don't second guess yourself.
Of course.
You don't have to think twice about it.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's important as youths for you to know your worth, know what you want, follow what you want. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Because as youths, if you do not get to that point of, you know, satisfaction and understand and self-understanding, little things will sway you.
That's right.
Your friend doing 1001 things can get himself a new apartment and all of that. You might at some point lose focus.
Yeah.
You might lose your bearing. That's the word I've been looking for.
Oh, wow.
You might lose your bearing. So as a young person, as a young youth, young lady, young man, stay passionate. Focus on what you want. Know what you want for yourself.
For yourself,
That's the ultimate level. That's the ultimate thing that counts.
Amazing,
Exactly.
amazing. So I'm going to ask you, do you think family also puts pressure on young people? Because I remember when I was growing up, I'm going to use myself as an example, since you're already using me, you're already like using me as an example, so let me just put it out there.
It's allowed.
Yeah. So when I was growing up here, I've always wanted to be a newscaster, of course. That's been my dream.
So that has been a long-time dream.
Like long
so
time dream.
Seeing you excel yourself doesn't even feel like a whole lot of,
do you get?
Yeah, but
okay, but see where I'm going to. When I started off like writing JAMB and getting
all of
into
those
the
things,
university,
exams and all.
my family actually pressured me not to go for newscasting. They felt like, oh, it's going to be
It's a waste
hard
of
to
time.
get a job. It's going to be a waste of time. Why study mass comm when you can actually just study maybe accounting and just work in a bank?
Well, look at you now.
Yeah, look at me now.
Are you here or not?
I'm here.
So like, you're pretty much more like a source of inspiration to people who are watching us now. So you studied mass comm, yeah?
No, that's where I was
You didn't
going.
study mass comm.
Okay, listen.
Okay, I'm interested
Okay,
already.
so we're talking about family pressure now,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah. So my family pressured me into studying something else.
Okay.
And then forgetting my dream of becoming a newscaster.
Okay.
And for the longest time, I did. I actually forgot
what?
that
You
I'm
wanted to
made for the
become a
camera.
newscaster.
Do you get? So I studied something else, and I just found myself that I wasn't fulfilling my purpose. I could just see that, no, Lydia, this is not you. You should be something else. You should be in front of the camera.
Yeah.
That's like a round peg in a round hole. Do you get? So now we're looking at how family can pressure young people into forgetting their dreams and just following the trend, you know?
Yeah.
So do you think that actually works? Using my story as a case study.
Listening to your story,
Yeah.
I can say one thing for sure. Families are meant to be the #1 source of support. If probably they had encouraged you to go for what you wanted, you probably wouldn't have just. You're at a great level.
Yeah.
But like you should have been like at a higher
Higher,
point.
like
Much more experience. You know, you would have
Experience,
got
yeah.
like a higher level of expertise. Years would have counted for you now. You should have been saying like 10 years experience in this media stuff and all of that. So in the matter of family pressure and all of this decision making stuff, right? Family should be the first source of support and all of that. They shouldn't, talk your kid down. I had a story. One girl, one of my colleagues too, she said growing up she loved to draw. And then her dad saw her and asked, in whose house do you want to start drawing?
No.
But she could have become, the dad didn't know that he killed a dream. Nobody knows. She could have become an international artist.
I'm telling you.
But now she ended up going to study XYZ. We would not put that out
Yeah,
there.
of course.
So I will say this again and I'll keep saying it again. Family is meant to be the #1 source of support. Because if your family doesn't support you, who else will?
Yeah.
Before friends, family should come first.
First, yeah.
So yes, they play quite an important role in decision making. If your family doesn't support you, you just like you found yourself, you succumb to the pressure. Let me just go and study another thing.
Yeah.
So that's why it's very important for your family, your dad, your mom, your siblings to support your journey. They are what you call your fuel.
Wow.
They'll pump you when you're feeling down. Your sibling, your sister can just literally remind you, don't you want to become that international newscaster?
Yeah.
Exactly. So
Amazing.
it's a great feeling when you know at the back of your mind that you have people supporting you.
Yeah.
When you have people, that want to see you at the top. So family should remain the #1 support. And please, our dear mommies and daddies, let's stop killing our young children's dreams. It's very important.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much for that. Like, viewers, you've heard from Onoche Gabriel.
Yeah.
Family is the #1 support system for young people achieving their dreams. Please, daddies, please, mommies, please, sisters and brothers and uncles and aunties, don't kill the dream of the young ones,
Don't kill
please.
the dream.
Support their dreams. Whatever they want to become, support them. Don't kill their dreams, okay? All right, so we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Youth Perspective, brought to you by Independent Television. Well, if you're just joining us, we're talking about money and passion. What should young people pursue these days? And Onoche Gabriel has been in the studio with me, helping me unpack this amazing topic.
Yes.
Okay, so Onoche, I'm going to go straight into the next question.
Okay.
You know, social media has changed how people see success and how people define success.
Yes.
They feel like the luxury lifestyle, the expensive cars, you know, the vacations and designer clothes, that's what success means. So do you think social media has made young people prioritize money more than like their passion?
I don't think that's a question, because this thing is already what is out there now.
Oh, wow.
People have, young people like us, thank God you invited somebody like me to talk on something like this, because young people like us have abandoned the idea of how do I say this thing now? Trusting the process. Humble beginnings, yes, that's the word. Young people like us have abandoned the idea of humble beginnings.
Wow.
You know, they want to start something now, just like we've just started our journey of, you know, presenting an exciting newscaster that you are. You start from somewhere, but now that idea is far gone. You know, you started now, they expect themselves to be, you know, at the UN conference, you know, interviewing the president and all of this. Because it's important. Social media plays that role.
Wow.
The fact that since we already know that these youths out there already now do not even want to, you know, spend their time in trying to, you know, learn, go through the process of becoming. If you don't go through this process, then when you spend 3 months and then you get to the top, what are you going to do
What
there?
are you going to do there?
How are you going to lead without your years of expertise and experience? So yes, a huge population of our youths have prioritized finance over purpose. And that's why, since we started this, I've been hitting on it. As a young career person, the first thing that should cloud your mind is your passion. Be passionate about what you do. No, I've been telling you since we began this shoot, right?
Yeah.
Once you're passionate, people get to see that.
Yeah.
And everybody wants to hire a competent person. And who is a competent person? A competent person is someone who is passionate about his job.
Amazing.
I can call Lydia a competent lady.
Oh my,
And Lydia can call me a competent presenter.
An amazing presenter.
Exactly. So the first thing, make sure that you're competent. Make sure that you're passionate. And please, focus on the journey. Focus on becoming, because it counts. Because at the end of the day, when you finally become, you look back at your journey, you look back at your process of becoming, and then you nod your head and give yourself a pat on the shoulder.
Yeah. I know that process makes you more...
Exactly. That's why I said when you spend 3 months and then like you automatically get to the top, what do you do at the top?
Yeah.
Without any form of expertise
and character, you know,
and all of those things.
Yeah.
So that's why the top is usually built for people who have gone through the process. Spent years in the particular job, being photography, catering, presenting, and all of those things.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
So we'll be talking about passion.
Yeah.
I want to ask you now, Gabriel, can passion actually become profitable over time, like with consistency and the right strategy?
I don't think I've hidden my opinion on that.
Nice.
I don't think I've hidden my opinion on that, because I've spoken about passion and competence. I said passionate people are people that, you know, people, oh God, English. I don't think I've hidden my opinion on that, because I said that passionate people are those kinds of people that other industries, organizations would love to hire.
Because they are competent.
Once you see that you're passionate and competent about what you're doing, we would love to hire you.
But does it become profitable? That's the question.
If I hire you, am I hiring you for free? If I hire you to become my red carpet host, are you just coming there to just come and interview? You're going home with something, of course.
Of course.
Exactly. So it automatically becomes profitable. I mean, is that not profitable?
Amazing. Okay. So is there anything wrong with taking a high-paying job while building your passion on the side?
There's nothing wrong.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong, because earlier I've already used you as an example, because you have other streams of income.
Of course I do.
I would never kill the idea of having other streams of income. Please, it's very important, because so many youths are already feeding from hand to mouth. So what's the essence of me now coming out here where thousands of people would watch this video and then I say that it's no, please.
Wow.
Make sure that you have other streams of income, so that you get to live a comfortable and honest life.
Amazing.
It's very important.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So viewers, you heard it from Onyeoche Gabriel.
Yes.
Like it's so amazing having you in the studio right
Thank you
now.
very-
Like,
I'm actually very much excited that you have me talk about a topic like this.
Amazing.
Because they call me the Gen Z Prince. I'm not this.
okay.
So I really.
So like you're the perfect person for this interview.
You can say so. You can say so. I didn't say so. She said so, and she can say so honestly.
Okay, so we've seen that having a high-paying job can actually coexist with
Yes,
your
it can.
passion. So don't just leave your passion aside.
Right.
While you're still fending for money and all that, still build your passion along, okay? Okay, so we're going to take a quick fire round because of time. Let's just have a little fun with this. Okay. So, Onyeoche, I'm going to ask you some questions and you just answer with one word.
One word, okay.
Yeah, or if I ask you to pick an option from 2 options, you
Okay.
just like quickly pick one
I'm
option,
game, I'm
okay?
game, I understand.
All right. So, money or happiness? You have to be quick. It's a fire round.
Money
You have to
or
be quick. You don't have to
happiness?
think about it. Spontaneous. Just pick one. Money or happiness?
Money.
And here I was thinking you pick happiness because of your passion.
Money matters. but money.
Right?
Let's choose money.
Well, for me, I'll pick happiness.
Okay.
Mhm.
They are both 2 important things, though, but then I weighed my options and then like money.
So you'll be sad with money, like. I
That's
want,
what I'm
I
thinking
want to go
about.
to
That's what I
Dubai.
was
You'll be
thinking
crying
about,
with
though.
like dollar bills in your hands.
Okay, she's convincing me now, and I think I'll enter her boat. I think I'll enter her boat.
But you'll be happy soaking Gary in like a 1-room apartment.
You know what? Let's not confuse
Let's
things. Money. My answer, money. Not Gary,
You
yeah.
don't want to enter my boat again. Okay, I love that.
Yeah.
Moving on, dream job or high salary?
I love my dream job.
Aww.
Dream job, please.
Dream job. Yeah, me too. I'll pick my dream job.
Please. Dream job.
Okay, amazing.
Because my dream job is already higher paying now, so what's the point?
How will you know if your dream job is high pay? Or how do you know? Okay, hold on.
Is your dream limited?
It's not. But
Uh-huh.
what if there's like a higher paying job offer for you, and then your dream
I always
job
tell
is
myself
like,
something, and that's the reality. There would always be something bigger. I always say something. There would always be somebody richer, and there would always be something bigger. If you're earning 500K here,
Yeah.
somebody's earning on all of these things.
Yeah.
So there would always be something bigger. It all boils down to you to be satisfied with what
with
you're
what
earning.
you have. Oh my
Be
God.
happy. So dream job for me, honestly.
Can we clock it for Gabriel, please?
Do I
Just
do
help me
that?
clock it. Okay. So next fire round.
Yeah.
Risks or stability?
Risk or stability?
Yeah.
Stability.
You don't like taking risks.
I like taking calculated risk, but you did not identify it as calculated risk. I'm not a
Well,
fan of
risk
taking
is risk
stupid.
now.
No, there's calculated risk.
Okay.
See, I'm not a fan of taking stupid risks and all of those things.
Okay.
Please, stability.
You like
I want to be stable.
stability.
Yes, I
Okay.
want to be sure about what I'm doing.
Well, I like risks though.
What kind of risk?
Whether calculated or not, as long as it's risks, we'll take it.
No, I'm not taking any risk.
Okay, so that is that. So next one, work-life balance or career growth?
Work-life
Balance, yeah.
I'm actually currently seeking both.
You have to pick one.
One, right? Career growth.
Oh, career growth.
Career growth.
That's
yeah.
amazing.
I mean, it will be so much exciting.
Like, you just be
where
facing it.
all the big
Just
dogs in
wait
the
up,
industry
like,
identify you.
chilling with the big boys.
Exactly, man. So career growth for me, honestly.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I'll go with work-life balance.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause I
Work-life
just-
balance in what sense?
In every sense, like
Okay.
I don't want to be going too high in life, and I
Okay.
neglect my other needs. Like I
okay.
neglect my family,
all
neglect
those
like
things,
my
your
other things, my
necessary duties.
leisure and all
Okay,
that.
okay.
I would like work-life balance.
That's still important. Your questions are actually very difficult, and then like it puts you on edge, honestly. But then it is what it is.
Clock it, Gabriel. Okay, last one because of time. Would you rather love your job and earn average income, or dislike your job and earn in millions?
Hey.
If you choose anyone, you tell me why.
You're putting me, like I just said earlier, you're literally putting me on edge.
Yeah.
Dislike my job and earn millions.
Yeah, or love your job and earn in average, like
You know,
yeah.
dislike your job and earn in millions. You would hate life, honestly. When you're coming to the first thing, Monday morning now, look at you, you're always smiling.
And
If you
always
dislike your job
glowing.
and earning in millions, you Monday morning you start grumbling.
That's right.
But like I said, there would always be something bigger. You're happy to do your job, you forget that you're even at work, you're having fun doing your job, and you still go home earning something good enough to sustain you. So, love my job. And end well.
Average. You know what to earn average.
Anyway, is important.
You're so particular about money, Gabriel. I'm suspecting
I'm
you.
particular about passion and money.
I'm
Because I believe
suspecting
that
you
passion should be rewarded.
When we started this program, I thought you were like the passionate guy.
I'm the passionate guy. I'm particular about passion. Passion comes first.
Then money comes
second. You can't manage finance.
So what if it's just passion, no money? So you just pick either passion or money. Not passion, not money coming next.
Next question, please. Next question, please.
Okay, like for me, I would rather, I prefer my job. Like, I love my job and earn average.
Honestly, for the same reason, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you can just walk in and just be so grumbling, and you don't even know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Mistakes here and there and all of that.
Yeah.
Those things. So no.
And you may not even be competent in that high-paying job because you don't love it.
Let me do what I love and earn at least.
Amazing.
It's not like they're not going to pay me or something.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Gabriel, for coming on the show.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be on your show.
Okay.
I'm super excited and I'm grateful. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Well, viewers, we've come to the end of the show today. I hope it has been an interesting episode for you. Well, for me in the studio, it has been awesome.
I literally, sincerely, I enjoyed myself. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much. Yeah. All right, until next week, I still remain your host, Amara Chukwu Azuka. Keep your dreams alive, have a wonderful day, and God bless you.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone away agimag bota. Ota omere ota nyonwa. Nle magwa kanile na. Okiya gboso we amamufwa amirie. Uma dole ni yi yakin umi enoro o adweki una riyo so la ni adweki èyí ò mí lọ́pọ̀lọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ amamufua amirie ibota imanadwe na ya yenede aitokhawo wano kpane aitokhawe emanirewo aitokhawe nigi aitokhawo ba aitokhawe yasegbe ofin yasegbe awa eyafe wena wodo amokoko ebore wa ya kwe iswe inata bibota eniki o defie osaba jamege okonro awe mani wi yoko awe mani ka ko yi awe tia awe tage o ma we yano awe yana we no ko redo we no ba we yana we no dewo yi ibota mana he ya fe no mario ibota o e mo rede emi yoko no agba ko wa o no mario ìwòrán tí ìmá tí níwọ̀n ọ̀nà mario sópin rà mẹ́ sópin ilé rẹ̀ ni máa bẹ̀ kó wá ọ̀nà mario ẹ̀mẹ̀dóyà ẹ̀ta ìgbéka ìdò àkúgbe nọ́kwà ẹ̀yìnà àádáre họ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni yàrá yẹ amamufua ẹ̀yìn màá yé náà níwọ̀n ní wọ́n má dọ̀lẹ̀ mi yí ẹ̀rẹ́ ìwé wíyàn mi ò nà máa ò dá no dole ni yi o mi ma oda e manu ya gwa amamfu ahi wa ye ni kere nyare kere gwa nyare kere wa mi wa ye no koko gwa e lo be no nwe e na ya dole gbo ma yi no amamfu amiri e ba ni agun egun ye e na utana o de la utana Victor Ibisugbe obokan
baba aba ato iku e o lauda ma ya kan mi say ma ya mama na we adu gina ni ma ata me do ni ro wa ke ni si when I free we dey gare da gbe ma ya ni ma me ke na yin me no dere wi le we e go gi ma e go no gbera de e go gi ma ma ye o sa ba gege ma ria ọba ato iku e o
ise o ere wa tele we paso kabari hunamure iwe do lowo me wa be ne ga kai wa bi dan yo ofun gbosa ogbago yaro ọba atope ise niwa zero ni mata desi we amamufua aniri emina ya ka no we ni dolo da oyi enu ya uwese uwa ma no bohie we ubohie emata uwa no ri no wa eba nu ri na jawe mata uwa ma no gbugbo ugbo nugbe jawe mata gbese mekena mi yukono ma iro uwe tebata se jona na amamfu amege alo de kan o twese webo ni mari miena oni are politicians imuna ni awon amu ya amuna amufu ayero irimu ni a we e ni vote ni a e ni ladnya ya wi krose osege ni ya yewu ya se no ma mi no ya win no ya me kon mo boyen kega oni ayeri na no mo keke ya wi do amuye no roka wani ya mu na he wo se ti mu na he wo tuwe ya se ti mu na he o ha no re awe na eni bon na no ma mu fa amiri emi petrol no wa gbagbon ya gbe se ti we ma me yi no aseti arioba iye te mu ina le lo wo gba na ya aye mi gbo ya wo to boy mo gba yo wa wo to boy we mi aye mi do mi o yo ogba mu yo wa eye agbon ya gbo iri ase ero iri eyan se o sa ba ni ga mo lowo wi ma yi amamu family otan Ibisugbe amamu family yegun ayo yi lo ka ni bunewo ekene kenakana
awe adona wuwa wa ya wese wa magele mufwa amiri
ni o ikobo we wi nu mu pise foa oni amamufu amamiri na ewi na ya ka amamufu amiri o no maru emiesi ka ni si wodao we ga we emiesi yoto we amwe we emiesi ka be suru dada gbo we omi obi ye ogeva wo de amegbede we me kara una be ame roba na ya gwe una mo pa ne emiesi we wu neni ori egwe o ma yi mu gwe o osagba de go dinu e ino ka suru dagbe wa ko odigba no ogeva de yana mi we àwọn so ra re moto e kan na la moto e re gi moto egbo la moto egbo aba oyi yan do e ori ne be gere ya re park o mai yin se gere ha asa mo mi go ri igo no ke obuwe o gba o gani una ha ile ino uwe mu fu ani so pon ilu sabo aya ha we igure pe o ti gba so ni me yere ikayo we awe igiri ilala di awupo pe Lagos road na wi je ba la moto ibi e ka de ke school de yan si yan han yan rugu moto ne ina ka mo paro da we pagbe ya mo ye ko awe ona gede pagbe na mo tuta ko gbe me ayi mu mese kiri na turi ina wo ya de wa ye school de wa de bote enyi ha ta wa ya ne wa ni go na the driver I hope all of it aware your money make 20 naira way I want give you as change I don't get it you know this change na ni not to talk about without you know we yani
only no do try power
you go in ati mu na money in your body I atamawe ori pede va ina pa ina ari ogida ina la moto o wa pa na rugu moto ni ma gbera kena che ogida junction boy na wa to the moto awa opia ehwe ha ni ya ni yekeni ala wa di go ida o wi ha ta ni aya awo di che we carry go ala wa pa lo pa to de iye ni me wa hu na dia na ọmọ kò rí àdí mẹ́rin bẹ́ẹ̀ náà
oh my god
ọbẹ̀rẹ̀ àmàmúfọ́ ẹ̀yí yá mi ìmí àmì ẹ̀dẹ́rì ẹ̀wà àgẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ yìí ọwọ́ rẹ̀ àtàdé mẹ́rin mẹ́rin àná máa ní ẹ̀dẹ́à àmà náà wà àdí mẹ́rin náà ìdáwó tó fún ìdọ́ni kékeré máa rí yẹn náà máa mi ẹ́ àbí òṣèjì ẹ̀wò ni màá gbà gbóná yìí náà ọwọ́ rẹ̀ parí ọ̀nà mọ́ ẹ̀ àgbónárí wa ọmọ apẹ́rẹ́ yà sí wa ọwọ́ zuwọ̀ ọ̀ọ́rù wẹ́tà mọ́ àgbóyò wa àìmọ́ àgbóyò wa yìí kò dùn ẹ̀kú yẹn náà ó gé báàrí ó yà dèwé àkọ́kọ́ yọ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀kún ẹ̀yẹ pò wúyà mọ́sọ̀ ìwó tọ̀ ìwó ni dè é bùkẹ̀bùkẹ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀nu wàá dùn ara ẹ̀ ọ̀ sọ̀nà bọ́ ma sáré bọ́ náà fíìmù ya bò yẹ fíìmù ya mú fúwa ìmàmíkì náà mi nà má wẹ̀ rí gélégélé amúfúwa amámúfúwa gélé ní erí ọ̀wọ̀n ní ewé èyí èsì dá ma èyí èsì ní sùnú dá yà ìnáwó amámúfúwa àmẹ́rẹ́ ni màá gbọ́n iná wẹ́ ekeda na wu anabi sọlọ bọlọ de ba ma re de ri yeke sọlọ bọlọ fi agbe ma ọba àtọpẹ.
iṣẹ́ ẹniwa yayi wa daye na mu fọ mamie ama mu fọ amieri ọtẹ mẹ pastor kabari ama mu fọ amieri ìyẹn wẹ bẹnu eba eyare bible ẹgbẹ yẹ ya ta ama mu fọ amieri ema wọnú ẹrù tọrẹ dọba ẹ ibota maye náà.
Ibe do no pe o zemi na de sin o deni mi alage nhutana amamu family ya gwe ibo ewugun anokan me odion we bo kaigele ya be gwe ezo no muboro ne ivira ivije ivira we uhuna ga ikwe mo amamu family na emi nu ada gbibiere we gere akan wọ́n tẹ̀sọ̀ ìgbé sokun mẹ́gẹ̀nà ya sí ni gẹ̀ mú ahíá òsàlóbàgì máa yá iye ẹ̀wẹ̀ bọ́ ẹ̀wọ́n náà wọ́n ti nọ gẹ̀ mú ahíá iye ti yùn kí ọ yẹ ọtí máa ní Jonathan ọ̀kárí ọba gẹ́tẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ya wọ́n awọ́ election ìbọn àti ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀gẹ́ ìtẹ̀mọ̀ pa ọ̀wọ́ àdáni
owe esagie owo omakoma ose agani yegi amu de sagie anu opa no to yoto mu da ye o ni e o ta ona mo si ona madara na mfua oma soa ewo egbeyo agwa na ya mi adani ebo na iwa ligi na ya mi de otie moto ni no do de reservoir na aba mi we ma yi obira ma obi ya wa ligi egbe na erio gbege grenori egberi agbe amamufua amirie eri wa no o mani media adu wona ni wuyo bono ido mi e mo do e wo yu ku yo e ko no amani omo ni wuyo e ko o kan be yu ke ewebo amamufua amirie mami o mana wesi ni ona mi we mi no ekwe no say e o sa do ya e no e pa gwa kan e bi no wan ba no kan me opopa na la te e jefta be no wan ka tai era na te giled oyoko ga no oyoko ona meko ni iye na bi ejokun yo ga omodin le jefta ne e giled ya so abi omo so pa ye gi kokoso wa ona do ri owo ona do bi ele omo ni ge jefta na bora ado bora adi ado de by monday ni e bi e yo wa ori je po ma pe kere ope ani ge giled ona do wu ori wu ijera na gbagbe we iwe ti gbe ma do ri ku ora me nda ba mu iwo yi ohun wu se ti yana gbe ma yana ku e no ru ahun no mo pe ya mu fua yo ya mu fua yana ku e fua ye na gba o ma gun ya sini yo ti o mo dio so ko ma sini ora de pora zozo la wa gbo ori se bu na te mo abona to ta bona agbe zob so ko ni egwe ni na leleri ye o da wo ko be so ogwa agbina ona do so e otu esogia yere do e mani buna do de ba na mai enwi na mai eni ori se we oko gare do na do na ga tie no ka o ye na e pekere e bo na ku ye fa oko na de ana la gwa lo ma no ka o amamie ana we gbe gwale ga de e so na wo he mo le wa ya yin ye unda bi ni we otu agbe ye na ewe o ma na te we ne re ga o e ne ga ro jupo o do ga yin ni e ni edu awo kaibo ya fe ge kaibe o kaibo ayi ga ni aye unda ye megbe ni ya bufu abege ni yere ya mi no se erie budao agbona do maye sayo ogupo no ko kwa ye ga ye amamufu abi eru do lo papa ya we go wetu mi ohun ye mi no mi ehun e ile tu gi eyin ni ye no we si egbe we ojo sabo ye iye le ma go e ojo we edun nu da igbina no ro na no kai mu wu no pa wo ni oluko se we na we e o we wo more o we se unu no na me mu aneje na aro da e vi osisi ye ige lo bo wa gboza iya we agbo ba dia ara gbezo akedo gbezo e police station aya Abuja igo na mo ni emuria nu dezo wu no ma se ni ara do bo khie ke na kana igo nu wa e ze e police station igo ni egbai bagi sinina dagi mwe na zio we ma sise ma no wa gaga na se di ke ani na eberezo na gbe me na o ke do ma doge so kun gbe e o egbeyo yikweyo aya tie ma no ro otu ekoko ya fe ni ya fi osisi aga ligi o ko ma mi ewe owo bi o be like na mo jon re bo o mo no sunu na ni a ibi ebo mo boro owo ibuse na ni ibi ebo mo gbe fi osisi na boya gbinu wu ya ka gbe oko ya de de ma we o wa lo de na la do si esi otie wa ni papa no bo wa ye egbuye ba o wa me go ibi e san re we bo wa ya do mo re ba ri bo wa be bi mewo ni wa amamufu ama amiere
ni gege wa to payo ma me ni we wa gun kan na ba ne asini otona gbidi i ma do wa tona o e ba ma kan se ayi e ri ma do wa tona e ya se ayi e ri ma na do ba ara se ma na do ba ma kan mu ari wa ile ma wa ibi kabetu ibi ekole ibi ofun egbe ibi ogba wa kuku wa ga igbina wa ga ikon do le wo ni yi
no da
abu wa ro amamufu amiri ke no so we gbe we die normal do we fiane no for good my yard
we see when I do that yeah where whatever you know you na owa de fi amamufua amiri anyone I don't know pe no wa da matana eso ro we olma wata ni emi nya wa do mu emi re owe ne mata e mata we tani we na mu emi we no so pa we no e wo ma nya rabo yiwo one way by force rabo yiwo na me ngwe so be mata na owe wo na se anima emi ma ya amoe uda owe we ni udo me we ito a ela we ere ebe oro inu ma nya yes egbo inu ka pastor inu ka ba yes egbo nyo we ni ayisin na we ya fe owa no e ga ma bi iye owi ewo odo asin ojo wo rewo edo ni nasunu esesi lo te wo bi agbawa we ni na owi ewo mo wa sunu mo do wa nya bo ma mo ni wa na do pa mo yi ni ko te Yoruba ko te Igbo ko ta Hausa ọmọ na bi ewo na no nya wo era ma bi era rewo ana bi wewa era wo amupari ewo we ewo no kere ya bere we yere ba odun we se ti su egbe igbe were ba o to na bere la awo tare mo ra we ye ba ye we se rai egbe so pa obi we ibu ye do omiti so wegbe we ni ngari owo na ana we nu wewe era mo epa so pa we amuwe ye ba owawe yare owo ye nya onuwe agbesi ye wo so egbe amamufua amerie nga omi na mufua nde emi so ro we do ni maru aya gbere mi eri una gbere mi eri emi me owo iyeke ema uda ma tanya we no horo arewo but mama ha we emi no we uyo sisi yeti ya mi o mai uye udeko de ya mi o mai nuzigo ya lo de fe ya ze ne abe ulapa ya ze ni ya fe arimu uto mero ala uda ero na gwadu no yero eye wo kugbe eye wo yawo da amamufua amere oruwebo ten oruwebo bi rawiye iyobo na uno wa amamufua hi udo owono ruse useso ogwaleni ohamegbe unari ra ene era ni wori ni tu wa lo tu mufua umaide mufua yeye owono yo wehia ugbera uwe ni uyobo ne yobonu ne egbeno taba oto ebizugbe umiewe ye school no rie ne mo o ha ri na ni a o wa ri na do ha ni no mako ede yeye amamufua amiri edo lopo ibude mai unu wa we na lao na yobonu egbe na emi mai awuje na ya fe na mewe alele e ma ma na mu gbe o ibo tawe de na yoto oba atope ise
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Idiom expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I'm very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Dion Bona zima Dion Obala zima Dion Manawe Mari Esama Dionena Nimado Pome Sama Nimado Beken Esama Ema Dio Warena Esama Magbekenene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba no get Tony Maga no diami Magame Manido Bekene na Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Arokpa Ewu Dori Ima Adia Wogene all the Tiagbo Yano Emi Magame we need just to know me afar
in this summer in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oloije Oikohai. Getting you closer to your custom and tradition is what we know how to do best. Yes, letting you know about individual tradition, letting you also know that it's always good for us to associate ourselves with our tradition. Now, talking about tradition, today we will be taking a ride down to Enugu State to go see Obolo Masquerade Dance. I tell you, if you are not energetic enough to dance this, I tell you, you ought to just, leave it down for the professionals. So let's go over to Enugu State to go see the wonderful and colorful display of Obolo Masquerade Dance. This is Obolo for Masquerade Dance that originated in Udenu local government area of Enugu State, Nigeria. The masquerade dance is rooted in the Igbo culture and it is prominent in the cultural spectacle and designed to enforce community morality and provide aesthetic entertainment and celebrate icon.
This masquerade dance is performed for several core spiritual, social, and cultural reasons, such as Omadi, which are seen as sacred pageants, arriving briefly from the spirit world. They are believed to be reincarnated spirits of ancestors returning to interact with and bless the living. In Obolo Ofo community, these masquerades steps in to maintain social order and discipline during festivals and public gatherings.
La funiga zumberiki na zakale kufunga na suru. Ukanika kwa badaza kabodo do bikore do kuko ro do liku to gable tileku. Banana badaza kababuto wa uruku chose kengulu bu blada. Ade kutana badaza abose kelele. Ama ne bosa. Kilize na rero lo kawro la go para pro lo kawro bano lo ko gimede. Agora vamos lá, agora coco nasce muito gugu. Na bolsa de la catapulta, meje do. Coco le de meje da chana magari se lota. Se de gugu la lena. Debe grande gugu to ja na. Baba magora nganda ka. O ka ta le ja ta gora fumo fubi ga na tenya. O fubi na do mo ko bi da bran. O fubi ni kale to bale ka ga de wo sokori. Eti le se da mo ma ba wa so wa na no manza. Dem na za lo ko na bu ko do do mo na za za ka ko le. Magolo to sa dere mana ne guru mar ko de le guru za mar wa. Wo ko ko jigure de no ga de se tu. Bula ko kosoro kokora be bi ko la de ko se ni bare ka wa baba wa so wa la pa ti le me ko mi ko fi ko mo ko tara tara suru be so ne lo so me ba bu chewro ya chi ji de mi suru be bar kwa do bu wo o kere pa ta pa pro o ga bo si ko ta ji do do wo do do be ta pa so be ka ko le cho ga ne ma ni ron i jere fu ma no le ko ko wa ko go e ti le so da bo wa ko na ba ni do do le da pa ka le da pa to ko bi ko do pa ko si do ko na je bu ko ji guri ke ro ko ba o de so wo le la ba sa do wa ti guri le be za sa ro re. Ese ma buru buru mo ka duro ba. Obe mo ka ni be te do gumi ga na pare.
This masquerades in Obolo Ofo community. They are known as entertaining masquerades as they provide vibrant, acrobatic entertainment and joy to the community. The dances and display were heavily featured during planting and New Yam festivals to invoke blessings for fertility and bountiful harvests.
Consider my way there. Consider.
Azudede maki wure do ko de nude buwesi. Eji na hu de dabia. O tu mo do gasere na bo.
Agbara nga chono yebe jile yinu kokor lagana. Aka me fuga bere no jina la bere te fresh na bere gugube. Mama gan go ko wa mo bia la ro ngure. Nchi jo je woro pata ya ze honya ga ijole ya la. Bibia na agbo nya nga gba agbo honya la re na paka to man fo goro gede gede. Ano mano bo na chi me kiri be na nya.
From the eastern part of our country, Nigeria, I sure do know you had an exciting time today watching Obolo Masquerade dance. Yes, colorful display and energetic display, I must tell you. So we'll be seeing you again next week for another exciting time on Heritage, taking you around the world, taking you around Nigeria is what we know how to do best. Till then, do have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.